money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang 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 bang.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Spike is just going to go down in time. This is an actual
happen. Great stop there. Oh, dicey.
Oh my God, J-Mo, the champion of this one.
Oh, Asadai! He gets the triple off the rocket. It's the fourth.
Welcome on in, folks. It's yet another day here for Valorant Challengers #1 here for North America, and we have two banger semifinals to bring you guys today. My name is Upmind, joined here by my boy Itzo, and, well, we're going to start things off with a huge game. NRG, who yesterday, and really for the past couple of days, they've been really heating up. But when we talk about a team that has been super dominant and has really come back into form, our boys are in Envy are really coming out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at yesterday, keep in mind what Envy just pulled off. A quick 2-0 over Luminosity Gaming that you're actually casting, and they have not dropped a single map this entire tournament too. They are looking lights out, and it's what a lot of teams I think kind of expect out of Envy. They have been heavily rated in North America for a good amount of time. You know, it's classic Envy, I suppose you can say, Gus.
It's classic Envy. It's a return to form. Yesterday's games were fairly interesting in a sense, especially here in the mainstream. We didn't have too much drama, 2 straight 2-0s, and I mean, we do get a couple of replays because there were quite a few of them. Gen G, they had a few players that did end up popping off individually in terms of stat lines, and one of them just so happened to be Sean, especially with a couple of cleanup rounds.
Unfortunately, Gen G just couldn't piece together the win, but yeah, I was watching that Bind VOD back, and he was just absolutely phenomenal. I heavily rated this guy back in his time on Moon Raccoons. You know, it was a short stint with them, but I'm glad that he got picked up by Gen G. He did phenomenal work. But at the end of the day, it was NRG who pulled out the series win and looked beautiful while doing it. Like you said, it was a quick 2-0, and NRG are looking on fire for this tournament as well.
Yeah. NRG, the players that really needed to pop off, and especially those that we expected to do so, it was Shanks and it was Som really stepping up to the plate. Great work from the two. But Envy, this entire map of Bind, it was a 1-2 combo. Everything was easy peasy for him. And one of the players who, again, it's the battle stage that always catches me off guard when it pops up. It had to be Food. He had, if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4 real highlight moments. He was the sweet play of the day presented by Mike and Ike here on the stream yesterday. But otherwise, LG, they put up a real good fight on Split, but Envy still pulled it off. And really, the nail in the coffin for me had to be the eco at the 9-9 round. So otherwise, Envy coming into this day lightning speed, as LG just in the week before they had just won winter championships. And I mean, with that win already under their belt, Envy, they're looking good. NRG looking good. But you were talking about the other stream. Of course, we had Immortals and Sentinels both taking their games. How were those?
Those were 2-0s as well, but Sentinels versus Andbox, I think, was absolutely amazing. You know, when you look at the score lines, it didn't look crazy. And Sentinels, they got off to a wonderful start to begin the day, begin both maps even. But Andbox really brought some late game form and kind of made it a bit difficult for Sentinels. But it kind of reminds me of what you were saying about how NRG performed yesterday, where they had these great pop-off performances. Although instead of Shanks, it was Sinatra, it was Sick, who also got the Mike and Ike Sweet Play of the day, for his incredible 360 antics. I mean, it's a very flashy team, this Sentinel squad. And I have to say, on the other side, who they're going to be facing Sentinels, it's Immortals who have been incredibly surprising to me, because this is kind of a new roster. They still have the core from their last iteration of lineup, but they brought in Chemicals and Nature, and they have been fantastic. In particular, I want to point out Chemicals. He's playing a new role, playing new agents, and yet he has still been incredible in bringing a brand new face to this Immortal squad.
Sentinels is almost literally that same lineup, though, in that same fire in a sense, especially after last week. I just mentioned LG. LG were the ones that took down Sentinels in the grand finals of things. So glad to see really both teams really coming out on their own. But let's focus on our next game, folks. Let's focus on the semifinals at hand. Of course, NRG coming into today with that same on fire roster with a couple of individual fraggers that you could seriously point at and be like, all right, those guys, they need to pop off. You have Shanks and you have Som. Those two have been seriously carrying in terms of fragging potential. Of course, you have the brains behind the team, Daps, EU being one of the most innovative and stellar Sovas in the scene, and Infinite. I mean, I talked about Som and Shanks, but really it could be a core 3 that could definitely go up at any time. Infinite certainly helping out, but with Envy, you still have that core in a sense. Like I mentioned with NRG, that these players very good in terms of util usage in their own specialty type way, especially when we're talking about either Caboose or Food. But Food popped off yesterday on the battle stage against a team that, again, weren't exactly too accustomed to actually playing against the Sage, so he took full control of that.
it's small little things like that that are going to make all the difference. Rosters, unfortunately, a little bit swapped on the screen, but we do have our maps picked out here, and I think these are actually great for the side of NRG. So let's go ahead and take a look at those real quick. We're going to be starting things out here on Split. And I know before this day actually started, you and I were talking mind about how good this is. It was picked by Envy, and it's because of one interesting player who has been very innovative on, well, Sky, the new kind of player on the block, you know? I think Stronglegs, if he's watching this, he's, you know, punching the air right now. He's like, get me in on that. Crashies has been fantastic on the Sky, and it's what makes Envy so unique on this map.
I mean, it makes them an immortal team in a sense, because this team, the boys of Envy, they have not lost a singular map with Sky in their roster. So whether we're talking about Bind or Split, it's really those two maps where they're going to put up Sky mostly, and I'm expecting it again today. Although even if they don't, they still keep around a fairly meta positioned lineup, with actually Breach getting replaced in with Raze, Omen, Cypher, and Jet. So when you look over towards the side of NRG, however, it's a little bit more muddied. They come into today with a 45% win rate only, but that is only because NRG mostly utilizes the map of Split as a little bit of a counter pick. Envy plays it a whole lot more, but it's still at about that counter picky range, where the only times that they would really play it is in these best of 3 type situations. So of course, NRG, they're looking for a little bit more of a bounce back on this map, and they have the right, really the right comp to do so.
But, you know, you also have to keep in mind that a couple of things have changed on Split. There have been some pretty big overhauls to the A site in particular, where Heaven has completely removed this really powerful cubby that was used as kind of a staple for the defenders, and in its place is now this kind of narrow wall where you can't play it off the same way as possible. And considering NRG decide to start on defense as well, you know, do you think their Split has changed all too much? I haven't exactly had the luxury of watching them on Split all too much recently, but I've been seeing them play a lot of Icebox. I think I saw them play Bind recently. You know, those are all maps that we should be seeing from them relatively soon, but is Split really going to be their map? Do you think they're going to take this one in the first place?
Well, if we had to do a prediction, first of all, we left that up to Twitch chat, but if I'm being completely honest, no, I do not think that NRG really has that big of a chance going into this one, and I say that almost with just with a hard air of doubt, purely because, again, from what we've seen from Envy on this map, it's been very refined, but there's still places they can still pick apart. Yesterday, LG still kept it very close, but that's purely because LG actually maintained Split as a fairly consistent map in their pool. So even then, Envy, they were still able to really keep it tit for tat. But the one thing that was really missing from their squad was the initial takes, in a sense. It was hard control, and Envy, if they can't really battle back with the individual players in the choke points that they really like to contest, we're not exactly going to be seeing that same fire from yesterday. But NRG, they simply still do have a chance. And oh, we have a curveball here, folks. We have none other than the Sage actually getting pulled out by NRG. Yes. Okay, this is a new one. And, I mean, this is very much evident of what Envy goes for.
It's a new look, but it's exactly what you want to see in these sort of scenarios as well. It's a brand new time. You've already qualified for that closed qualifier, so why not explore, try to innovate your Split play? And I think this is, again, a great time to do it. Sage brought out, as well as the Sky. She's been getting a lot of love. The info that she can get from those guiding lights, those birds, as I just colloquially call them, it's, you know, it's going to be kind of meta changing, I think, here on Split. It offers a lot to the table, and I'm really expecting a lot out of NRG since they are exploring these new comps.
And the last time that they played Split was, I think it was over a week ago at this point, at Winter Championships. And coming into this week, they haven't played Split at all. They've played, if I'm not mistaken, 5 sets already in this tournament, and not a singular map of Split being played. So Envy, they have no film to go off of, no info, but they certainly have the frags. Envy on the front lines, already with a couple of frags back, and NRG, they get exposed over towards the A sites. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live with semifinals.
It starts off immediately as well, Envy just finding a kill a second into this round. Obviously, it's not done yet, but look, that info from the sky is already coming into play. That Trailblazer is going to be used to spot out one player over towards screens, and this has to be the beginning of something beautiful here at Mind. Because right now, they are being tagged out and can't even get out to take a fight or two.
Oh boy, in comes Mame. As Psalm tries to, again, just try to do some sort of heroics. Doesn't work out in his favor. Again, I get the idea with a wall. You're in a solo position over towards elbow. Your teammate's still in heaven. Want to get some sort of wide swing going, but even then, Envy, it really came down to the early interaction from NRG. They had two players actually wanted to fight that back A main line, which actually does make a lot of sense. Usually in the pistol rounds, from what we've seen from Envy, is that they like to focus up all of their efforts towards at least one spot. So if they can actually kind of gamble it, at least predict it right early on, they could take early sewer control, get that information back over towards B. Just overall rotations will be a whole lot quicker. But Envy, they're the ones that end up catching NRG off guard. And NRG, they're not looking for that same kind of dynamic once again. Instead, in this round, you're having Envy with a little bit more of a default, and NRG staying a little bit more conservative in a sense, playing more safe.
They have brought out the Bucky to play, though, at least in Infinite's hands, so that could definitely throw a spanner into the works. Or perhaps it's going to be the Sheriff that does the dirty work. Mame, unfortunately, the first victim for this, but look at this move from Envy. This is such a slow play by them, but I absolutely adore it. They're just going to be walking in through screens, making noise at just the last possible moment they need to. This is where those Buckies can really shine, and you're going to see it reflect in the frags.
Wait a minute!
NRG. They pick up two in their favor. Everything has seemingly gone wrong here. Crashies, he has to go ahead and try to piece this round together. The Bucky, not exactly great at that long range. Will allow Crashies to pick up another and get that spike down, Gus. It's going to be Sky Mirror. The Seekers, excuse me, have come out to play.
Right, the Seekers are already out. And they already spot the man in heaven. So if anything, Crashies just has to wait for the drop. And indeed, there it goes around the corner. Infinite wins it out with only 22 HP. Again, you just gotta laugh. NRG come into this round with an army of Buckies of all things. And I think that's just the NRG style. I like to use the word pug a lot with a lot of teams, but NRG truly is that puggy team, truly has that mindset for the individual frags. So when it comes to the confidence, when it comes to doing something that's a little bit more of a wild card pick, NRG loves to go for it. So with the Buckies, they catch that momentum back, and now Envy, they're the ones left on the back foot. They're the ones left with the upgraded pistols.
Look, man, the Bucky is $900, but that round was priceless. Exactly what you need from NRG if you want to come out swinging on a map that you didn't pick, first off, and also you're facing off against a 100% win rate for your enemies. They have bought up rifles fully into this one, and Envy, they're sticking with the pistols like you mentioned. You're going to see a heavy emphasis, like you did in this pistol round, over towards one side of the map, but they are keeping one player, Crashies I believe it is, over towards mid to maybe provide a little bit of information for his team. They can't find the frags behind it, Gus, and it looks like this is falling flat.
Falling flat, that was the expected outcome for really the guys of Envy. So not too much to look at. NRG, good pressure on the ramp side, still with a good split in a sense. But now Envy, yeah, no joke intended. But you're still going to have Envy back on the guns, back on the rifles, and really looking at the wider scope of things, Sully. I mean, this game doesn't need all to Sully. Wow, I'm not used to it yet.
I almost called you Tanner.
I know. It's like that one SpongeBob song. This kitchen's not the same without you, but it is what it is. When we really look at it from a wider scale, this game doesn't mean all too much in a tournament sense, in a individual sense, purely because these two teams are already in the close qualifier. But Envy and NRG, great for seeding, great at least for momentum, and this is great for studying. We're seeing again from NRG, they pull out the stage, they pull out the sky, which is another change for them. So Envy, early on, at least into this round, getting back into the action. They do have themselves a two-man advantage from yet another early A control in a sense, because NRG, they keep liking to go aggressive.
push has come out onto site. Envy, they can play the numbers game at this point, trade each other out. It's what has made them so successful in the NA scene so far. Their positions are wonderful, and you're going to see it good for 2 kills as they storm the site, get the spike down, and move into a very strong post plant. A nigh impossible situation for Daps, might I add. A 1v4, it doesn't seem exactly favorable. However, anything can happen. But to go ahead and recap what we saw this round, it's like you mentioned, they had some really early A control, and I had a really big question mark heading into this round as well, because Mame, as the obs will actually point out, has the operator in hand. And I was wondering, you know, what's really his role going to be in the early stages of this round? And apparently, it's just going to be wide swinging, and NRG are more than happy to, I guess, you know, help them out with that question I had and find a very quick answer for me. An early kill goes their way, Envy, but they don't try to burst it into an actual execute. They wait, sit on their laurels a little bit longer, and are completely comfortable just taking the site at their own volition. But into this next round, we do have more guns in play, and Shanks will be bringing out that Blade Storm. Lots of interesting things to keep your eye on here.
Yeah, Shanks, he's not even going to go for any insurance or anything of the sort with an upgraded pistol. He seriously just wants to commit to the knives. Over towards the ramp area this time. There's 3 players for NRG. Fast rotate back over towards mid. So you were mentioning Mame. Mame, he's going to be really the space maker, really the person to take on that first contact, especially over towards a ramp and in mid. And that's exactly what Mame had just pulled off. Nothing was, well, no one was actually there, right? But Mame would have still had that early information, even if he ended up missing, which for yesterday was an absolute rarity. Mame was an absolute legend with the operator. But now this time, the entirety of NV still making their way over towards the B site. There's only one on the lurk, and now in we go. Shanks has the updraft. He actually bumps his head on a little bit of a divot, and Mame is there to take advantage too. Food and Mame both with frags. That is so unfortunate for Shanks. I swear you could put a little bit of a bonk sound effect right as Shanks tried to go for the updraft, but it is what it is. NRG down to a 2-on-4, and Som, he's about to get flanked on from heaven, and there it is. One last player remaining. It's Daps now in a 1v4. He's actually going to try to go for this potentially. A couple of frags here and there would really affect the economy for Envy, but otherwise, time has already gone by. The round is for Envy, but for NRG, they're scratching their heads.
I think this was such a good round from Envy, though. What they did to start things out here was, once again, bring out that flash, bring out the guiding light, and they used it towards ropes, popped it in there, and right before it was about to pop, Daps shot it down. So they had a good idea of where the stack was going to be, and since there's a player located by ropes, they felt a lot more comfortable making it into a B hit. However, also on the other side of things, NRG, they realized, okay, they probably understand where our stack is at the moment, and they brought over Shanks to try to help out the scene towards B. So it's really kind of this interesting dynamic, this game of rotations that's coming through, but Envy just moves so quick where those rotates really don't even have time to come into effect by the time they're already moving through. They have the kills behind it. Shanks obviously bumped his head for good measure, and right now, Envy have just kind of bopped NRG on the head as well, kind of as a whole. As they move up to 3 rounds, this attacking side is looking great for them. Oh, no, it's a bad TP! Oh, no!
EU. Yeah, you absolutely hate to see it.
Oh, yeah.
TP going a little bit awry, and the smoke was right about to pop too.
They don't have any smokes now, man.
Maltimed, no smokes. Their util setup is restricted for now, and again, NRG, this is a little bit of a last stand for their economy too. They're about to get reset, but this is an interesting setup here. Shanks has to hold off the heaven area. In Som, he was about to pull off a wall right in front of him just to try to hold off the A main side, but he still has the drop of the stinger. But eventually, Envy, they control and they overwhelm. Still Infinite with a Bucky. Wait a minute! He does it again! Now it's a 2-on-2! Still one close up! If he had waited just a millisecond, Caboose win for the wide swing. But this is winnable now for Daps.
Planted. One enemy
Unreal timing. Caboose peeks out, but no, Daps! Runs right into the cold arms of FNS.
What was he thinking? He was...
I don't...
Where was he thinking, rather?
I mean, he probably had some sort of false info, but he could have literally been anywhere. That dismiss could have lasted a little bit more for him to escape into elbow. Because the player was in hell, that was literally the last position that he would have wanted that interaction to go. But Daps didn't have too much to lose. If we look back on it, no chance, really, for NRG in that round. It was infinite with a Bucky to open things up. And I think really I saw a tweet a little bit early on. This game is literally getting compared to 10-mans, where people are just trying stuff out and almost pugging. It's experimental. And, I mean, NRG, for the setup that they have at the moment, they're still succeeding, but not the rounds that are going for them. They still have the rifles back, though, Ito.
These are still very important experiments to have, though, because think about it. Going into that closed qualifier next week, you're maybe going to have to play split against, you know, a similarly competent team. Right. And you'll actually have to bring out these strategies that you're trying to incorporate. Already, you're seeing a bit more experimentation as they look to make this into a quick A hit. It's a bit strange, this pacing. They're kind of being stuck inside the smokes here, but that's not going to stop NRG from continuing to take fights and trade each other out. We're into another 4v4 here, although maybe not for long.
Yeah, wonderfully done by Daps. Gonna get one kill, gonna stay disciplined, group back with his team for the retake back.
That's big.
But oh my, Sam, that's beautiful. Double kill for him. He gets one easily, but the second one with a spray transfer while full blind, he gets it back. Now it's a 2-on-3. This is Envy's tallest task. And Crashies, he's still on the front lines trying to help out. Sam still has a third. Who other than Crashies, though, has a couple of flashes, and not only that, but the ulti, the Seekers, they're out to play. Has one on site. Not going to be able to get all that much info, but there you go. The two Seekers, they split up. He knows exactly where both of them are in a sense, or at least a vague knowledge of where they could be. But even then, NRG, just with a good fight back in a sense, something that we haven't seen too much of those initial takes from Envy. It's just trying to take on those 1v1s and really actually winning them. It's coming down to individual duels here, Itzo, and Envy now. They might get knocked down a peg, but they're still looking for an explosive opening, as this B site might be the target.
Well, late round pushes, I feel like, have helped NRG get to the 3 rounds they have at the moment. I think this guiding light might do good to dissuade any early aggression from Envy. But when we've seen them do this in the past, they just wall up that right side. And before, they had Shanks bopping his head. That didn't make that exactly the most useful wall. But this time, Shanks, he's not going to really be anywhere to be found, at least for another couple of seconds. A TP into the back of the site. The XQ is going to begin. Envy just waiting for that ice to maybe melt a little bit from the floor, and that will mark the beginning of a ton of kills. Caboose finds the opener, far from the last one here up high.
Oh, far from it. Gotta give it up to the wide peaks again. Crashes. Envy. They absolutely clean up house. Only one player goes down to a trade. And again, NRG, they had the right idea. They had the right positions on site, but it just so happened to be that in the back take, you had EU Caboose taking back lane control. And if anything, NRG off the fast rotation, they didn't have any information on site. They had nothing to work with. They start throwing out a little bit of util, but at the expense of their teammates on site, a couple of flashes could go definitely awry. So if anything, Envy, they had full real estate, and all they needed to do was wait for NRG to try to approach the scenario towards that B main area and just wait for their opponents to walk into their crosshairs. That was wonderfully managed by Envy.
Beautiful management like that is going to make a world of difference. They have popped off as well, I should say, on this attacking side. NRG, on another pretty shabby buy, will be forced to try to utilize a couple of crossfires. In particular, you see it most noticeable over at B. That Trailblazer is going to sniff them out, and look how this will actually be a take by Envy. You're probably not going to see the typical wall split, but if they do, you're gonna see, oh wait, what is this TP? That is actually big for info. That's watching for that's watching for maybe a rotate through their spawn. I'm guessing at this point, NRG are gonna try to stack the site, even though they didn't see anything. Interesting use of that Omen TP. I don't even know, man. This is kind of a weird util. No.
I guess we'll ignore it. The Sky, they or may not have the gun in their body, but is what it is, right? Ladies and gentlemen, of course, there is a take now from Envy. They have the full rifles, and this time, NRG, they still have at least some sort of awareness over towards the back of sight. But again, with the restricted firepower and with NRG still having a little bit faster of a rotate in the heaven side, there's nothing to it. 2 players back over towards their spawn. Envy has all the lanes covered. Caboose from up top actually taking down EU. And now Shanks. Shanks with a Bucky, waiting for someone to peek. But again, what is up with
timing,
Caboose?
dude.
In this wonderful timing against Bucky's. It's already happened twice already, but yeah, again, flawless round was the eco from Envy. Or I'm sorry, against the eco for Envy. And now NRG, they pick up the rifles back, and I'm trying to see what the setup would be going into this round, because that A pressure for them, and it has been, there you go. There it is. There
How
it
did
is.
I not see that?
Hey, it is what it is.
To kind of talk to you about the setup, though, sorry, I can't get over seeing that gun there. I took a screenshot of it. Anyway,
for the Twitter.
Envy, for the Twitter, for the desktop background. But I think really right now, NRG, their biggest weakness seems to be completely stopping Envy. Once they even get control of B main, they can sit in there for a while because of that wall pressure. I thought they were going to try to change their approach in that last round, but it didn't even seem to be necessary because they just managed to work that position so well. They're going to wait out this wall most likely, set up the same one that they've been doing time and time again. I think NRG would be heavily more comfortable if they brought in EU to try to help over towards B. Maybe set up a paranoia play, or just
counter
wall
wall.
up, get the... Okay,
That's
that
wonderful.
works as well.
Yeah,
Site
no
is
info.
theirs. I mean, it's free. It's free real estate.
It's free real estate now for Envy here on site with nobody here for NRG. So again, NRG mostly booked around that mid side. When I talk about fast rotates, this is as fast as you can get. They're holding back the line. Still crashes, FNS, food, all getting frags, but still restricted down to the 2-on-2. Crashes around the corner. Does know that there's one back over towards main, but the crossfire is set up for EU. That's massive, and now it's infinite. Still holding down the angle, and Mame now with an operator down to a 1-on-2. Spike control is fully in the hands of NRG, but Mame taking a little bit more of an alternate route. It could definitely get this initial kill onto Infinite.
What a shot.
But Infinite, it's a wonderful frag, but again, just winding that down. NRG, so much pressure onto Envy after Envy thought it was completely free. That was just a great retake.
Right. Yeah, I mean, considering that was basically given up, there's kind of 2 schools of thought of how you can do that. You can either fight for it, or, you know, try to set up a paranoia play as soon as you flood out B main and just hope that you can win the fight, or you can do option number 2, which is play retake fully. And they look much more comfortable in that setting. Helped a little bit by Mame not being able to secure that kill onto the stage to begin, but overall, this is a winnable setup for NRG. If they keep up this sort of action, I don't think 6-6 is unreasonable. This time, you're seeing the guiding light used towards mid, and I think you're going to see a bit more emphasis from Envy to try to isolate that part of the map. Maybe a rope play could be in play. Definitely now with that kill.
No, it definitely could be, but still, one person in elevator. Again, like I said, just kind of significant in a sense over towards A, where NRG, they're starting to get looser over towards that area with actually getting some rotations back. This could lead actually Envy to make that A site take a little bit later, a little bit easier, especially with how reactionary this team of NRG is starting to be. But this is a wonderful take again. They use that same wall to get everyone on top. And just like that, Envy, they have full control of sites, but still with a lurk in mid, NRG, they might be in for a very, very nasty surprise. Still making their way through, though. That's actually such a weird post plant. That's a lot of attention over towards the heaven area, but with one contact in the front lines and with the NRG, really the best thing that they can do is just try to take it frag for frag if they actually want to make their way through. But yeah, it's a full save coming out for these 3 players. Envy, they have nothing to worry about. As going into the last round, everyone survives. It's honestly just good vibes for them as NRG. They're not putting up too much pressure over towards that initial takes. The real action comes in to how much control does Envy really have of the map, especially when it comes down to heaven.
Last round in the half.
Jeez. Slow, patient play seems to be doing them a lot of justice. That reminded me a lot of how Sentinels like to split towards B. Now, I'm not saying they stole it from their playbook or anything, but keeping FNS very, very late, very patient. I'm pretty sure he was watching for an initial ropes rotate, but once the coast was clear, and once he got that info from his teammates who did already plant and, you know, got into comfortable post-plant positions, he was able to move up almost free of charge and kind of split alongside his teammates. You're going to be seeing a very quick change of pace in from NRG, but it's not the pace change that they needed. Oh lord, this is such an awkward split already. Yeah, Envy are making it work. Caboose finds another one, Gus. What in the world is happening? NRG, they just can't get anything together as they're down 2 versus 5.
No, Envy, they still have one linchpin in the back, and that was EU. EU's only able to get one, though, and FNS with a quick frag back. And speaking of quick, Crashy's down at 10 HP. Takes down his last opponent, trying to rotate back in, and again, that was just a systematic win from Envy in that first half. NRG, it seems like they couldn't get really any momentum going in any of these rounds.
I do appreciate this flash dash that they were trying here, reminiscent of the Vision Strikers days. Oh man, that's just unreal that Caboose was able to pick up that kill. That really did change everything up. Because imagine if it does find that, he can now hold down screens basically all by himself. He can, if nothing else, survive for the retake, and then he surely has a bit more utility to work with. It sucks to die like that, but Envy, well, it's kind of par for the course for them. Like you said before, Mind, they have a 100% win rate since trying to bring Sky into this usual lineup, this usual roster for them. And it has been a beautiful look. 8-4 in that first half. Now they move on to the defense, and NRG now look to innovate. What a flash. Oh, God.
D flash, perfect timing, and even then, Caboose on the front line still has to hold down side. And D gonna be able to get one headshot to Infinite. Caboose going nuts. Oh, and is lonesome, waiting for players to walk out of this smoke. NRG, they have no chances, no matter who, no matter what is in front of them. And oh no, EU.
Why are you running?
Why are you running? Trying to go away, and Mame hot on his trail. Envy, I mean, that's as slick of a pistol round that you can get. A singular player gets all of that information, gets all of that timing, and, well, NRG, they're stuck up against the ropes with what would be at least a semblance of a buy. They're trying to force out here.
Yeah, I mean, when you're down so much, it's not unreasonable to expect them to try to force up. They did only find 2 guns in that first, or 2 pistols, I think is a more appropriate phrase. But again, if you try to change up the pace here, you move quick. And obviously, if you toss down a slow orb as well as a cyber cage, that way you can path to heaven very quickly. You can start taking advantage of some of these new changes towards split. Doesn't seem to be working out in their favor almost whatsoever. They trade blow for blow, but they are on the back foot, NRG. And once again, Envy, they look to continue their winning ways as they're already wrapping behind and look to wrap this up.
Yeah, they have all that information too. One person over towards screens doesn't see anything, but
I mean, what is this?
I don't know. Making as much noise as possible over towards elevator. One in mid-2, it's Caboose. Watching the crossover. He makes noise off the drop. Are you kidding me? No way. Oh, okay. I was about to say, no way he gets kills here. Infinites around the corner. Pretty much knows exactly where Caboose would be. And, well, who would have thunk it? It's a 2-on-2 now for NRG. But Envy does have a quick rotation back, and we talk about shotguns before, but this time it's in the hands of LMG this time, and of course it's Mame. Oh my, I didn't even see it.
Wow.
It looks like through the x-ray, like he's holding a Bucky or something of the sorts, but in the end, it's the Ares that nobody uses. Nobody utilizes the Ares, but Mame goes nuts with it.
It's underrated, all right, man. Just perfect position. He could have done that with almost any gun. If he had a Stinger, I would still kind of expect him to find that 2K because the positioning was perfect. He heard them as soon as they dropped, rather, on their kind of courtesy check towards CT before they try to get the spike planted. You know, just take a gander over there and they die immediately. Again, with an Ares, with a Stinger, hell, with a Bucky, they probably could have found that much damage. But regardless of the weapon, Envy are looking like an absolute terror. An absolute powerhouse. As they look to move on to 11 rounds, already on double digits, excuse me. What? Okay, maybe
Looking
the
at-
Ares can
okay.
have done that.
Oh, I was about
I
to
take
say.
that back.
Yeah, looking to clean things up, but that was, well, really far from clean, especially the wall right behind them. Full with bullet holes and all that. Jeez. So even then, you still have the guys of Envy still a little bit more
Ego
split.
peeking.
They have full B main control at the moment, which we actually saw a whole lot of yesterday of a play from Infinite. Same thing with Crashies, but now here we go. Caboose actually on the front line is going to be able to take down Infinite. Again, so puggy in a sense. You should almost never be going for that type of interaction, especially over towards mid, but that's just Caboose being
Paranoia.
Caboose, and that paranoia is perfect. Nothing else to say. That is just perfection from Caboose, and Food cleans up with a couple more at the end of things. NV now 11-4 over NRG, but we do have at least the rifles back in the hands of NRG. We haven't seen too much of a spotlight in a sense, or too much of a showcase on what this attacking side is all about. But really, to start things off, they're going for a little bit more of a default.
Good. I think a default right now is going to be important. NRG, there's no need for them to switch up the pace here, especially when they don't exactly have a read on how Envy want to hold this one. Because kind of in vein with what you're talking about before, Envy don't exactly have the best artillery in the world. They have that Ares, they have that Spectre, and I believe they also had a Stinger or something as well. Not a rifle, for all intents and purposes. So, you know, just feel things out for a while. They're already moving incredibly quick towards B Heaven, and so they're going to be rewarded for their efforts, or so I thought. A beautiful blinding light allows them to pick up one, but it's traded out quickly.
But watch out, Bummy on the front lines. Massive taking down Shanks. Looking away at the perfect time for the flash, but he still has to counteract even more. Goes all the way back and stays disciplined. He can now play up with his teammate over towards B. As, again, with such a beautiful angle now, is Caboose just watching for the crosses. No smokes in B main either. Or, I'm sorry, back over towards spawn. As Infinite now has the angle and has to go for the 1v1. Still with 45 seconds left, there's a whole lot of options, but they're getting restricted for Envy as EU takes down FNS. And that's the A side essentially wide open. Whoa. Caboose.
That's preemptive.
Okay, that's very preemptive to say the least. They
30
fully
seconds
expected
left.
a crossover, but instead now, Psalm actually spots out one over towards stairs. B side is empty. And again, with the position that this player actually had off the teleport, with the position that Caboose actually had control of. I mean, NRG, they would have had such a tough time actually making their way over towards the B site. But instead now, NRG, this round is essentially free for them if Caboose doesn't pop off. Oof.
And that won't happen
Sheesh.
against Psalm, man. Well, Psalm shuts us up, ruins the potential of a 12-4. And hey, if you're an NRG fan, this is what you like to see. Split. I don't think it's arguable to say that Envy are heavily favored for this. But NRG, you know, when it comes to rounds like that, I have a little bit more hope and a little bit more belief that they can pull this one out. Sure, again, you have to keep in mind they are playing for seeding, so surely they can have a bit more fun with it.
Right.
But that round, I think that was incredibly important for NRG to piece together, and they did have a really good idea of what they wanted to pull almost immediately. In that 3v3, you saw them extend for fights, and right now, the only ones extending for fights seem to be Envy.
A great
Suddenly,
jump
the pace
peek.
has changed.
A great jump peek on top of the cage, by the way, to get that little bit of information. And not only that, but FNS, he's about to get into an interaction with the EU after he teleports into middle.
No smokes.
So, yeah, it's just so many awkward spots for really both of these teams. And it just so happens to be that NRG is really the butt end of most of these actions. But Envy now, with almost a full rotation back over towards the B sites. 4 players here. FNS on the front lines, but Crashies is going to be here to try to supplement things. The Seeker does find one, though. In goes the White Swing. Still going to be able to hold down to one. Taps with one back. Caboose in the middle of a smoke. Emerges and gets himself another. Restricts things down to a 1v1. And now things are possible for Daps. He gets spotted out. Still with 40 seconds left. There goes the revival. Not even a bait. It's in a beautiful, safe position, and Daps gets revealed
30 seconds left.
from up top. He's actually trying to go for it. There goes the wide swing from FNS. What on earth was that? Depths totally discombobulated in terms of information. Spots one over towards Heaven. That person in Heaven backs out, picks up someone with a revival. It turns from a 1v1 to a 2v1, switches up the dynamic completely. But that was the thing, right? Zaps, he got things down to a more comfortable position, had no idea where food would actually be. If anything, he could have stayed a little bit more safe and actually tried to get the bomb plant down, but instead still had a little bit more awareness, wanted to get that cheeky frag off of the rotation. It was a good idea, didn't end up working out in his favor though. It is going to be NRG now facing up against Envy on their own match point, but Shanks, we saw this at the end of the half. He's trying to do something crazy here with a Blade Storm. It's Blade Storm v Blade Storm now, Ito.
They're in the enemy spawn as well. I mean, they're just moving so quick. You have to love to see it. This is that change of pace, that energy we're looking for at the end of the first half, and finally it succeeded. They stay a man strong. And Envy, they still begin their attempt to try to retake this one and extend split even further. Check out what's going on here. Flank is in play, and Naps is here to play.
God.
There you have it. 2 kills found. That should be the final blow, at least in this round. Envy, they're sent packing back to their own spawn as they look to find another match point, or to find the final winning point here. But they have 6 chances to do it before we even touch on overtime. I mean, great positions once again from NRG. No doubt to it. But how often is that kind of dash play going to work? You know, I'm not optimistic.
It was well done in a sense, or well targeted in a sense by NRG. Envy, they haven't shown too much attention over towards the A site yet. We've seen lurks from NRG actually really work out in that area. So in a sense, with them having that early information, really trying to target what would be a little bit weaker spot on the map, it's not bad. They still got the job done, but Envy, they don't exactly have to worry about that. So instead of holding on to the A side a little bit more loosely, they actually have someone on the flank right now as we speak over towards sewers, and everyone from Envy is in mid. And when I say everyone, I mean absolutely everyone. All 5 players in mid, as everyone else for NRG spots their way right out of B main. The pistols from Envy, they're going to have to work their hardest coming into this one. Som has the first contact. EU with a return frag, but FNS still makes it possible. Gets one back over towards the B main area.
Huge
Infinite
kill.
still holding. Now it's a 2-on-2. One in Heaven, one coming out from main. EU, he spots his target. Not going to be able to get the kill.
way.
FNS still takes it back. Infinite now 1v1. That wall's about to break. Food has no idea if his opponent is on the left side or the right side, but he still gets it anyways. What a flick from Food. And that's going to be the finisher for splits. Envy 13-6 over NRG.
On a thrifty 2. That was so good. That's something that I need to break down and talk about a bit more, because that is exactly why Envy, that's prime example of why they decide to pick Sky on split. From the very beginning, the first second of that game, they tossed out the guiding light and they heard at least 1 or 2 players that were completely blinded by it. And that slowly started shifting a couple of more rotates, getting a bit more exploratory through A to try to bring that flank in through sewer. Envy, they utilized the guiding light and also tried to optimize their slow play as much as possible. They conceded the B bomb site because they felt more than comfortable being able to isolate kills like that and not try to hold on to something that's going to be a nigh impossible hold like B. I could go into more detail, but I'm not sure, you know, we have other maps to get to. But all in all, Envy with the Sky, beautiful as ever. They maintain their 100% win rate, and to close it out on a thrifty is just salt in the wound.
It's poetic. Purely because this team had pulled out so many rabbits out of their hats, but that's really Envy coming back into form. That's the storyline that we're trying to build up here, folks, because it's Envy, really, who has had a little bit slower of a month in a sense coming into this tournament. Now they pick up a little bit different of a core. They have the Sky, they have all the fire back to them, and they've been perfect thus far this tournament, not dropping a singular map. And at this point, they're looking to continue their reign of dominance coming up on Haven. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching the Valorant Challengers #1. It is semifinals. Envy looking to close things out against NRG in just a little bit.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice. And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
We need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
Show me what you got. Back that up, back that up. Back that up, back that up. Back that up, back that up.
Welcome on back, folks. It is Valorant Challengers. It is NA, and it is the first edition of it. We're here for semifinals, and this game between NRG and Envy is starting to heat up a little bit for the boys of Envy once again off of that Sky pick. My name is Upmind, joined here by my man Itzo, and that last one, there is a little bit to talk about, but Envy seems to be really the overarching point of things.
Well, I mean, heading into it, what did you expect, right? Envy have not dropped the map this entire game, or this entire event, rather. They completely demolished LG yesterday. They have looked, all in all, completely phenomenal, and we're kind of the overdogs heading into this one. But NRG, you know, they had a couple of rounds here or there, especially at the beginning of the map, where they looked a lot more comfortable. But like you said, it was definitely a bit of a one-sided affair.
Right. NRG couldn't really get anything started, especially over towards the attacking side, where they actually did have multiple opportunities to reset the economy of Envy, and even had one in the second half. We saw a reset from Envy, we saw an eco from them, and that was the round that ended up winning them out in terms of the entire game. So, I mean, NRG couldn't get anything started. It's unfortunate. It's not that fun. But going into the next one, going into Haven, where NRG overarchingly has a better record than not only NV, but most of North America, a 72% win rate in the last few months. This team is looking to absolutely explode on their map pick.
And this is where you have to see them step up, because obviously they get eliminated if they end it right here, right now. And they will still get out with that 3rd to 4th seed, so it's a respectable finish, but obviously they're chasing that #1. This is a team of really hard grinders, really. I mean, after their tournament game yesterday, I think I saw some immediately play a little bit more ranked almost as soon as the stream went offline. I'm pretty sure it was the same story for almost everybody else on NRG. They also have their streams that they keep up. I mean, this is a team that's trying really hard to impress, and I think that sort of grinding mentality is what has kind of catapulted them into one of the better teams in North America. So, you know, come out strong here on Haven. This is your map of choice, and you have, for all intents and purposes, been phenomenal on it. So, it's now or never, man. It's now or never.
It really is, and for Haven, at least for Envy, they are no slouch on it either, although they barely play it. Folks, this team of Envy, in terms of that Haven pick, it is so rare to the point that we've only seen them play it 5 times. The other map that has this low of a map count is Icebox with only 2. So Envy, they're mixing up the map pool a little bit. They're still a fine team here on Haven, but looking at the comps, we do have our boys of NRG actually picking up both the Sage and the Breach on this map. It's very much a curveball. We have never seen Sage for this team on this map either. So a Sage galore here, Ito.
Interesting comp, and yeah, they have actually never run this one before, but you know, it's something that we've talked about a little bit earlier, is that, you know, again, it's for seeding, so you still make it to the closed qualifiers. Why not explore new comps? I'm a little bit sad that we're not going to be seeing the Brimstone, because I feel like he's going to be his most enabled on Haven, if anywhere. But, you know, we still have a couple of curveballs being thrown with the Breach in play. So very reminiscent of, I don't know, Europe as well.
No,
I know they love their Breach.
Yeah, it's
lots of question marks though.
Yeah, it's very weird to see teams in the last month and a half after the Sage buffs really start to pull out Sage more and more. And it's really North America trying to get used to that idea, because we haven't had any hard puggy events just yet where it's more casual. I think one that Envy played a month ago, they played a little bit more experimental, but with this one, this is a whole other level. Yes, this is VCT, but both teams are already in the closed qualifiers. I see no detriment to either squad really pulling out different comps or different ideas. There's a massive opportunity for both teams to really get some momentum running, though, for the rest of the tournaments. And we're live here with Haven as NRG starts things off a little bit slower. They're on a split, but the boys of Envy have already full rotated over towards A, except for one on B, just looking out for info, and it's working out. As Envy, they've gotten full baited.
Oh my lord, what a beautiful bait it is. Camera's taken down, and that is going to begin their movement.
They gotta go though. Look at this fast rotation.
Wait a second. Oh, they're double baiting it here. The spike is actually sitting at the bottom of C still. They have so much map control right now, Gus.
And Ito, the only reason why they're doubling back is because all of that information that the solo player over towards A is getting. Saw him, he heard everyone running away from the heaven area. Heard everyone running away from A main. And not only that, but he's still holding down the line. NRG, however, because of how around the world this round has been, can't exactly trust in terms of all of their players surviving. Still is a 2-on-4, but oh boy, they might as well just have a chance. They just have the positional advantage, but there's one over towards Long. It's Food getting the flank in. Saw him down to low HP. Could be able to get the heal if he had enough time, but it's not going to happen. Envy, they end up winning the round in one of the most confusing ones that we've seen in a while.
It's confusing, but it actually is a little bit closer
There's
than
a
I
method
think
to
the
the
numbers
chaos.
would have you believe. A method to the chaos. That really, I think, describes this entire game, right?
This entire set, yeah.
Describes Haven, too. You have to respect it, though, because NRG, this is their best map, or second best map, excuse me, statistically in the past couple of months. But you have to respect the anatomy of that round, although they lost the fight to Envy, because I do think it was a little bit closer than the numbers would have you believe. A couple of players on Envy were actually really close to going down there, but at the end it was Envy with a really strong positioning, keeping Food as not the pincer, but maybe I guess a bit of a lurk situation, a bit of a lurker who really kept things alive and comfortable for Envy.
You have 3 players this round, though, for Envy over towards that A side for an early take, and indeed, they're going to have to capitalize on that take because Crashies and Mame still on the front lines. They take down 2, and oh, man, it's just starting to get overwhelming. NRG, they still have their lurker. Daps all the way in Garage, and yeah, nothing for it. Envy, they pick their battle right. They gamble in the right direction, and NRG... still, of course, with a pistol, so they didn't have too much to win off of that one. Envy, they go into their bonus round with NRG really kind of scrambling for any frags in this game.
Reeling a little bit. They haven't nearly gotten to any of the ultimates that they want to have in play soon as well. So it's a very scary first round for NRG. They will be obviously bringing in the rifles. They have Vandals almost all the way across the board with the exception of Som. And on to Envy, it's one Vandal, which is kind of the exception to the rule because they're still kind of treating this one as a bonus, like you said. Many Spectres in play. What I'm expecting we see here out of Envy is not that teleport play at Pop. I actually do like this, though. They're... wow, NRG are just immediately pushing in. This is such a disrespect of space, and I feel like this is going to be perfect for Envy, but it doesn't seem to be working out.
I said this yesterday, NRG, they love their W key. They make their way beaming onto that C site. No issues. Again, like I said before, those HyperX keycap replacements, they have to come in so clutch every week for these guys because NRG, they love to run. They love to boot their way on. The pace is high, the momentum is good, and the confidence is still there for the boys of NRG as they clean up this round easy peasy.
It was a bonus, but I think that was probably one of Envy's best situations in theory, was kind of running into the gauntlet. Not quite a crossfire that Envy had in play, but definitely it's something that completely caught Envy off guard. Now, mind you, Envy decided to start out on defense as well. I think that is a little bit interesting because you often hear casters talk about how, you know, maybe it's a little bit more favorable for the attacker side simply because of the fact that there are 3 sites to play at. But Envy, despite them having to kind of spread their defense thin, they are consistently mixing things up just in the early days. And, well, maybe it's only working to certain effects. Mame immediately pops the knives here, looks to take a couple of more fights. NRG pressing W even more.
Now this is big! There you go!
Okay.
1 right click, 2 kills! Why not, Mame? He's still going through, trying to find another one, but EU single-handedly bringing this back to a 2v2 again. Hey, you can't really explain anything that happens in these rounds. You just gotta sit back and watch. Envy now, they have at least control of sight. With NRG, they're not really willing. Oh no, they had control, but even then, NRG, they don't exactly want to plant. I was about to say, is NRG still planning a rotation? But no, indeed not. The spike finally goes down, and Infinite takes back Food, and with the revive, Infinite snags up Zeus. So again, just going back, I thought that NRG, they were more trying to settle onto the site, more trying to get maybe a pick towards that back line, see how Envy would react. They didn't see anything, and they had the right setup. They actually put a wall towards the back of site, which we didn't end up seeing, but with the spike going down right behind it, it's super safe over towards the back C spawn entrance. And really, for the rest of the round, it ended up going as mechanically as you could think, because the wall not only covered up the spike, but it covered up the revive. It was well thought out and well planned out by NRG, as now Envy, they're the ones down to the eco, and NRG, they could end up just going once again for another one of those whole W rounds, which indeed Solomon is going for, but one right click from Mame takes him down. The crossfire works. On God, how did this happen? There is no shot that NRG should have been taken down to 2 players there, but the pistols, the power of them, it's too strong.
It's too strong in the early round, but these pistols really struggle when it comes to about this point on. You see that NRG are having second thoughts about even committing towards C. They're going to slow the clock down. They still have so much time to work with. They can wait out some of their cooldowns, get another dark cover if they really wanted to, and obviously get that heal in play. You know, just make sure that you have all the tools that you possibly can to actually re-exec towards C. And this leaves Envy thinking. You see how they're also having a couple of question marks over their head on, hey, are they actually going to be late rotating A? I mean, Christ, they could be moving through their spawn right now. It's a big question for Envy, and since they have these pistols, this is the worst possible place for a couple of pistol players to be, because where pistols really shine is when they have a set game plan. And now, Envy, unfortunately, they gambled out of red. This stack is all black. NRG, they get the spike down in one of the best positions. There's that wall. More innovative walls as they bring out the Sage for the first time. Seems to be a very good look for them.
I'm not exactly a betting man, but I would like to say that NRG have some high chances going into this one. You mentioned yesterday hedge funds and all that, but well, it looks like the Wall Street bet didn't work out in their favor. NRG, yes, with the rifles, they end up surviving and they end up winning out. But we keep talking about the economy, and let's talk about the damage of it. NRG, they have to reinvest a whole lot of cash. Daps is going to survive with 7.5K in the bank. Really, NRG, they're going to be able to buy pretty comfortably for really the next 2 rounds, including this one. But Envy now, with the economic damage, and now with a little bit more momentum, if they win this one out, it puts them clearly on a path to victory.
I think this would be a great time for them to switch up the pace as well and give a bit more love towards Garage, because it has been something I think NRG have been neglecting. Sure, they have the lead to show for it, so what do I know? It kind of seems that they share my sentiment, though. This is a burst up towards C. Not too uncommon to see as well. Relatively easy to set up, but the execution might come in the form of Mame and his op. He's forced to concede this space. As the push begins, I'm getting a bit of deja vu, because this is exactly what Mame has done in the past. A quick shot, smokes himself off, and dashes out to safety with 17 HP to show for it.
Okay, FNS. Still gonna break down the wall, so if anything, Envy is still very much with at least eyes over towards the C side, waiting to see what the next move for NRG would be. But even with the plant not even going down, they're still in their post-plant positions. But oh my Mame! That was beamed through the smoke! Caboose now spots Daps as he makes his way through. Now EU in a 1v3. Still gonna have to take down Caboose to really get things started. But wow, you gotta be kidding me. Mame, although he doesn't even have a line of sight, he's still able to get these insane kills. And I said it yesterday, no matter what situation this Envy team is in, it always seems like they have a chance.
Talk about a bounce back, because yeah, you had to believe in them a little bit, because it is Envy that we're talking about here, one of the big juggernauts of North America. But considering how that one started, even on the retake, it was so brilliantly patient by NRG. And I think in particular how they completely played FNS like a fiddle. That was smart. They knew that he was going to try to go for some of this late round crazy flank action, and they completely ground him out. But Envy just hit a couple of gorgeous shots, get things back into their favor, and look at what they have earned because of it. 3-3, Envy Maybe not a dominating
Thunder.
lead, but they definitely put themselves in a good position.
Oh, no.
Energy now need to once again quicken up the pace. Caboose is sitting back tight. He hasn't been spotted, so he'll get 2 kills, 2 massive ones at that. Envy, they still keep the dreams alive, and the numbers stay even.
And they had the idea. NRG, they wanted Shanks to be on the front lines to clear out the back left, but even then, the paranoia came at a perfect
Huge
time.
start.
So if anything now, Crashies, huge shock dart, gonna be able to clear out a little bit of sight. Now it's a 1v2 going in for Som, and Crashies now invades in right when NRG still had a chance to win out the round. I mean, again, gotta give it up to Caboose at the very beginning of the round. We didn't really talk about ultis all too much. We should have anticipated that Rolling Thunder coming in purely because NRG, they needed some sort of opening back, but they get nothing for their troubles here, Itzo. Instead now, NRG, they stick around on this site maybe for a little bit too long. Envy, they've been showing thus far in this half that they have the fast rotations, that they have full coverage of garage. NRG, they haven't even tried to take split garage control yet. It's just been one lane, one side of control, and it's just simply not working out for them. Instead now, Envy, they stick up to their guns, and really, they have the advantage once again, but Som with a Guardian. Wait a minute.
They get the resurrection off for free. That's another point added to the ultimate. He's still a long way away from another Rolling Thunder, but this is the start that NRG need. Once again, the deal gets evened up, but Crashies is forced to use his Hunter's Fury to try to get this back into his team's favor. Som again with the Guardian. Like you just said, he shuts me up, and everybody has been shut up from NRG. A burst of color in the kill feed is a beautiful look for Envy. They get this down into a 2v1 despite Som trying to pull off some magical antics with the Guardian. Ooh. It doesn't look possible, it doesn't look palatable, and the impossible will not become possible. Envy, they barely slink away with that round. I don't even know, man. The verbiage is out of control here.
The verbiage, the vocabulary, I mean, English isn't even my first language, and well, I see where you're spitting. If anything, you're spitting straight facts right now because, well, the boys from NRG, whenever they actually see themselves in at least in an opening, because Envy over towards that B site, it's been a little bit more loose. NRG, they haven't focused up on that site really at all. They still had 2 players looking on that area. FNS, he played perfect pivot, and now at this point, NRG, they refocus back over towards the A site, and look how many players are already here. 3 players are now invading. EU up in heaven, he immediately gets shut down. How is that even possible? Envy, it's like they have the perfect reads, and no chance at all. They just try to hold W onto site, and Crashies is there with the 2 frags back. Envy 6-3. NRG, again, they're going to be struggling with a buy, and I'm scratching my head at this point, really wondering what's going on in these rounds. Imagine how NRG is feeling. They're throwing everything at Envy, and nothing's working.
I can have fun with it, but Envy just have a really lovely read on this situation. I think it's maybe a bit too telegraphed. I don't know. It's so easy to say things from the big chair, but I think NRG, what we saw in their Icebox play, you know, I really like how they do these slow bursts. They try to cut noise as long as possible, and then they actually come to play. And speaking of coming to play, it's got to be Caboose who cuts noise entirely and silences 2 players. Things are relatively muted once more as Envy. They take a dominating lead in this round as well. Only 1 player to the good, but they have more and more tools as time goes by. Interesting situation we find ourselves in once more at Mind.
Real interesting. Hello, Daps. Trying to at least throw this round off completely, but no way. No way!
Excuse
what
me?
on earth is going on? Food actually catches Daps off the flank, but Infinite beams through the wall, takes down his opponent, but Food has the angle. Envy.
Off angle, man.
An off angle of all things, but even then, it's going to be Envy with yet another round. Caboose, he even switches up his approach because usually he has been playing back C site, either that or still trying to support C rotation, and this time he's in just prime estate once again because again NRG, they're still holding W. They're not really clearing their angles all too much purely because they just want to make their way on site. They just want to take full control early on. But this C site has been so dangerous, and for some reason, NRG, they keep targeting it, thinking that they have a chance.
I mean, again, now's the time to play around, see how nice your executes, your full-on rushes are. But if we're talking about maybe best chances, I still think cutting noise would be good for them, but a Rolling Thunder does the trick as well. There's their engine to push, but they have once again been cut down.
Ooh.
One kill, two
Crashies!
kills for Crashies. He's denied the plant as well with that shock dart, has a recon drone. Just go ahead and scope out the situation in 4K. And thing is, Envy, no matter what, they just keep being cut down.
Wait a minute. Daps now, oh my, this is a 1v4, almost pulls it off. Crashies down to 50 HP, but Crashies again, he was just in heaven the entire time. I mean, it's such a rarity to see someone in that heaven position being able to get so many free frags, but that's essentially what Crashies was doing. He was making space for himself. He got all of that information, had the shock darts, shut down the spike early on, still had the owl drone to still scope out more players. He wanted to keep fighting, and Crashies in such an unorthodox position for someone to be really holding down that A site with full comfortability. He still ends up getting himself a 4K, but somehow Daps was able to make it possible. And going into this last round of the half, we have NRG back in shambles as they focus up over towards mid with only one back in A main, and that person in A main, he gets exposed.
I think Envy are just...
Jeez.
I mean, they just can take fights. They can afford it at this point. We're made to the close qualities, try to finish things up in style. Both teams have this same sort of mindset. It just seems overwhelmingly beautiful for Envy. I almost wanted to see the TK Hunter's Fury there, I'm not going to lie, but dude, there's barely any time that passes in these rounds and we find ourselves in 1-on-X's.
They're still fighting this.
Of course they're going to still fight it, man. Everyone wants a bit of a highlight play here or there. Can you deny them that, man? Come on, zoom out for a second. They've already made their way here. Have fun with it. I'd love to see it.
Okay, look, we are heading into the second half, folks, and again, I have to be completely honest, I have zero clue what Envy is doing anymore. Envy, even in the rounds where it just seems like they're holding down to sight super easily, you have players like Mame still just trying to get his own highlight play, and indeed he did. And, well, Sam, he had full control of Spike. He would have actually been able to pick it up, but... This is more and more looking like the 10-mans that these guys have just been trying to play out as much as they can just to get their characters at least up to par, especially with the off character picks that we're seeing once again from NRG. Because again, with the Sage, things change a whole lot more. Daps is trying to get certainly used to that entire dynamic, and in this round, he actually wants to utilize the slow orb over towards snipers, but he gets exposed early for it. It's a prime example of it, but oh my. Envy, they cleanly take the B site, but NRG off the rotation back and off of the lurker. Well, this one just starts to get a little bit muddy. It's a 2v3 now, with all two in the back of sight, still waiting out for players to peek. Mame with a good angle, but Shanks with a stellar kill, actually. Food now 1v2. Has to spot out a couple of people. Crossing! And Shanks has to get it in the end. Oh. NRG won a round.
Gotta let it stew for a second. You can tell Shanks, he's just really making sure.
Shanks.
Yep,
Shanks.
they're dead. I'm pretty sure Shanks.
Oh. No, don't do it again.
No. He's just really making sure, man. I mean...
Well, he's got to make sure they're dead.
He's thorough. You have to respect it. Look at that. That's a nice spare. I'd use that spray for myself. He's just a little bit angry. He's only at 3 kills, man. Just let him have it.
Yeah, right.
It's been a bit of a one-sided affair, so I'm... You know, you can be a bit happy that NRG picked up another round. That's a celebratory dance, if you would. The capital D : popped out here, I'm sure. But Envy have been... They've just been in control. They're going to force this up. I have absolutely zero questions or doubts that they're going to just immediately run it towards A. NRG have to respect the space, and with the Phantoms in hand, you're going to hope to see maybe a highlight play or two. There it is, Shanks! Doubling your kills in one round. And you hate to see it if you're an Envy fan, but you also have to love it if you're a big NRG stan too. Wow. Okay. Was that round like 20 seconds, maybe?
Yeah, something about that. Around the sort. So again, super quick, super easy. It was again NRG holding short really closely. All of the players from NV making their way down. But now we can actually talk about what would be a return to form, I guess, for NV, because you do have the rifles back coming in for NV. Still, Energy has a couple here and there. It is more or less their bonus, but actually, Ito, they're going to go completely against that. They're still going to stick up to the pistols once again. They're trying to stay as economically sound as possible. And look, oh my, rush mid from Shanks. What on earth? He was the one that gets the 3 kills. You talk about a 20-second ending. You talk about a 5-second, really just a stop flash for a second there, just like a 5-second pose. Oh,
hey, I thought Awesome Games Done Quick ended already. What in the world is this?
Dude, that was an any % run and they nailed it.
Trying to go for the world record at the moment, man.
I couldn't replicate that if I tried, but folks, now I was hyping up the last round to be
the rifles.
Certainly didn't happen, but now with NRG winning out 3 rounds in a row, they certainly see a lot of advantage in actually buying out the rifles. They have more than enough money to actually do so. And a couple of players over towards long for Envy as they try to make their way through, but NRG, they still have control of Cubby once again, and it doesn't look like Envy are going to be able to make their way over towards C. They're trying to rotate.
That was such good pressure, though, because as soon as he was tagged out by the drone, what? FNS has the gall to peek that. Unreal, and they're going for it again. Some don't do that. That is so BM. Oh, that's such a... Okay, well, we found our sweet play, everybody.
Something of the sort. Som just keeps speaking out again and again.
What can he say?
Yeah, no, my brain hurts here. But even though, folks, gotta focus up because now Envy, now in a 2-on-4. The post plants are relatively formal, but still with a flash out. Crashy's just holding down to sight. Same thing with food, but they get traded out.
Man.
Oh, all right. NRG, they end up winning out the rifle round. Envy's economy that they were building up really for the last 2 rounds is going to get shut down. And NRG, again, this team I didn't expect to really pull out too many fireworks this early on, especially on the defensive side. Let me say that again, especially on the defensive side. NRG is still maintaining that same pace that they had on the attacking side here on Haven, and they've transferred that pace, that tempo, really the confidence on the defensive side. And what is NRG doing? Ladies and gentlemen, they are on a buy round, and they have 4 players trying to rush up C long. What is happening?
It's a gamble, man. Well, not a good gamble, but it definitely was a gamble. This isn't unexpected. I mean, you'd see these the sort of 3-man stacks down long happen occasionally. It's usually more common when there's an operator in play, but again, variety is a spice of life, and it's time to be a little bit more spicy. Maybe not like that, though. Envy are looking primed to take double digits here, but it's just a unique take on what we see sometimes with a gamble towards C long to try to take control of the orb, if nothing else. So you have to give a little bit of praise to NRG for trying it out, I suppose.
Surely.
And one thing I want to touch on while we have a bit of this mid-round lull is I think it was some incredible coverage by NRG in that last round, because when it was their Omen spotted out in Cubby, they completely covered him by just tossing out so much util to deny that C long control like you mentioned. So even if these rounds are a little bit memey, there is some good stuff that you can learn from on how to cover your teammates and how to keep the dream alive. So, I mean, hey, you have to respect it again. NRG, they're trying new things out.
Like you said, this figure still, at least for the boys of NRG, still maintaining things with a little bit more variety. Caboose, he ends up getting 3 kills at the very beginning of things with really the same, literally in the same angle, so not too much variety. But no, NRG, they keep switching things up on Envy, and although we most likely won't see this in a closed qualifier game or a game that really does mean a lot for the future of the team, like an elimination match or something of the sorts, certainly we're not going to see this type of aggression. So I mean, surely NRG, with the amount of curveball that they're throwing at the face of Envy, you're still going to see Envy just trying to maintain their own pace. They want to keep playing at what would be their more, I guess you could say, methodical type of play style, as they have been doing for the past couple of days. But even then, with NRG just invading these back choke points, they are never safe. NV tries to fight long, there's a player watching over. They try to fight short, well, they end up getting picked down. So NV now at this point, down already to just 4 men. Not only that, but the B side is going to be completely open. This Jordan is not going to be able to catch anything. But double garage for NRG too. NV, they might be running out of options, but they at least need to make a move.
Oh no, Niu's pushing out already. He's going on an adventure. He doesn't find any buried treasures. No way. It's gonna get punished though. They TP'd into heaven because they got a little bit of space for free. This might be a spike plant, but I don't think it goes any further. And
no, absolutely not.
Niu's already behind. There's that adventure. He finally found the X. That marks the spot, and he dug it up, and he found another round.
Oh man, all of these troubles, right? At least they say
so
pressure
weird.
makes diamonds, and they say pressure makes diamonds, and envy.
Ooh.
That's the whole point of it, right? Because
Diamond hands, folks. Still envy early on. They do. I'm seeing a little bit of a change in a sense. They're actually waiting or anticipating more of that NRG pressure. Just trying to win out the entry duels, because that's really something that NRG has been more known for, is for winning out the entry duels. But right.
Yeah, with the wall not exactly succeeding over towards long, they're not exactly going to have to worry about it. But that's the ultimate back for the breach. We have a Rolling Thunder and a teleport back for the boys of NRG. With a Hunter's Fury for Envy, however, they could make some really good space over in mid, but that gets shut down immediately. Thom through the smoke, takes down Crashies. Infinite is just on the front line, just trying to fight this back, but Mame with a great position. Still now a 3-on-4. Mame, Mame just gets destroyed through the wall by Daps. 2v4. Caboose in a beautiful off-angle position. He only has 17 HP to work with. And Caboose, one click. He just holds it on down. And this man is an absolute legend. Like I said, only 17 HP and he has to do it again. No way, he does it again.
Unreal.
Caboose with the clutch. A 4K to close things off for Envy, and we were talking about NRG. They're the spotlight. They're the guys that love to pull the highlight plays. But Caboose, the man who closed it off yesterday, certainly is closing this book on the chapter against NRG with such a beautiful play.
Oh, I did not believe in him dropping through as well. I thought, oh god, for sure he's dead right here. Susie double swings, but no. Caboose. Such a flashy player. Some people say he has some of the best highlights in Valorant for a reason. You know, he was notorious for that 4K or 3K that got previously holding down C. It's another 4K for him, but it's an entirely new setting. But it's a completely new look for him still. Envy. As they go up to 11 here by a flashy play, they want to close this one out soon. NRG, I mean, they have been kind of closing this gap more and more. Envy are still knocking on the door of victory. This is so close to being a 2-0 win. And NRG, well, I think they're going to be in for one more nasty surprise. They are just everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. NRG maybe getting a bit too scary there. Unfortunately, get jump scared.
There's a neural theft. Does get a whole lot of info, but watch out for the Hunter's Fury. Crashies pulling it out early. Again, just a false sense of an 8-take in a sense, as one is actually just rushing up short, but there you go. Envy, they had already been full rotating in a sense for a while in NRG. Well, anticipating the 8-take, the neural theft gave them all the information that they wanted to really double back to C. So there's no issues now, folks, for the boys of Envy. At least in terms of site control, but now NRG. They're going to regroup things back to a 3-on-3 off of the revive.
Oh, they're making
More importantly, watch out for FNS. FNS is going to stay on the front lines over towards Garage. Has to hold it down. There's nobody here to really help him. Has to get the kill onto Som, but instead now NB down to a one-man disadvantage. Crashies on the front lines. He's going to get discombobulated by the Rolling Thunder. Still one in the back lines. Caboose has to go for it, but Daps with a pre-fire. I mean, that's just wonderful. NRG, really just a switch up, right? Because we're used to seeing Som, Shanks really on the front lines of all of these interactions, trying to force things out. But NRG, thinking tactically, thinking methodically, they take their time, and using the ultis and a little bit of luck from the NV positions, they end up getting back around, preventing at least a 12th.
for now, they've staved off not the inevitable, but seemed inevitable after that 9-3 half that was posted by Envy, where they were rolling everywhere they wanted to. NRG, they have dictated, taken this pace, and kind of crafted this game into their own. Envy having a lot of trouble here on the attacking side. Maybe not winning their fights in the same way that they used to. There's still time for things to change. NRG, once again, they already have players situated in A main. I don't think they're going to be shut down in the same fashion that they were last round, but that only makes things a bit more scary for Envy because they still didn't piece that round together. And NRG, in fact, have 3 players left alive. Be a quick B execute here, so Envy just immediately want to play post plan. So still, it's a quicker pace change. This time it seems a bit more favorable for them.
Again, certainly taking their time, but you still have at least the rest of Envy just grouping up over towards mid. And again, good molly, but it's up to half. Like you mentioned, Shanks in a great position. Still going to be Som forcing out the situation, but Crashies with a double shotgun again. Oh, yes, Mummy! There you go, off the flank. Going to be able to take that one. Still have to take down the last 2. Takes down EU, and there's just enough time. Oh, NRG dodging a massive bullet. Again, and that's the weird thing to me, because most of the B takes that we've seen from Envy, I think we've seen 2 thus far, they wanted full site control. They still wanted at least 1 or 2 players towards that back line, but that was just a classic B post plan where everyone just groups out over towards mid. It's almost an air of mystery for the opponents to where they might be going. But for NRG, they always had eyes on site. They always had some piece of information that Envy would still be around. And really, by the time that they could commit to the spike, we were only about maybe 5 seconds into the spike being planted. Envy, they didn't really make too much time for themselves, and NRG had more than enough util for the post plant. So if anything, they get shambled. And now NRG on the front lines, they need to hold back Envy as they're now on pistols. And okay, there you go. Dap's still over towards Garage, gonna be looking for a second good jump down. Envy now down to 2. Okay, Mame. Everyone in Envy wants to be a hero.
No, Crashies.
Oh, Crashies! No! Crashies, no! Still needs 1 more! Infinite around the corner needs to take him down! Oh, I feel like that was either a caster's curse or a caster's blessing. Everyone wants to be the hero, but Crashies with 24 kills for him already. What an insane 3K. We need to run that back. Well, gets the first. That one's easy enough, right? I can't believe it. I can't.
This game.
I can't.
It's giving me anxiety.
It's giving us false anxiety because the boys of Envy, they've had so many opportunities to win these rounds, right? And it's almost in those optimal spots where they're expected to win almost every single time. NRG, they still have that power. They still have that individual fragging prowess that they keep pulling out round after round now. And now this is what you like to see from the boys. NRG, Haven is one of their best maps, and they weren't exactly showing it early on. But now this is their opportunity. They get to shut it down. They get to get the momentum running. And Envy, they're still on the back lines. They're going to have to face on a full retake of the C site. Look at that rotation from NRG.
Oh,
what
Lord.
info do they have? What info does NRG actually have to make this rotation? This is massive, and this is about to be an absolute war on site. Out goes Infinite. They're running back around the corner. Going to be able to take that one. Still to spray down. Still with a second. Shanks dashing in with the knives. Still able to take down another one. Still the interactions have to come down to long, and Mame has no chance. NRG,
He's a Saudi, dude.
he full rotated over towards the C sites, and Envy totally caught off. Ito, what a round, what a sequence. And like I mentioned before, Envy, they've had their chances, but now NRG, they're the ones with the map point.
This has been one of the most interesting games I think I have ever seen. From a 9-3 half, Envy have been on a drought. They've gotten a couple here or there, but they have just not been able to, 1, pick up match point, but 2, just not meet the pace of NRG, which is seemingly so random. And considering, like you mentioned before, they're on defense, it's so weird to me. I mean, again, this is such a puggy game, if you want to use that phrase. I'm not a big fan of it just because I feel like you can put that label on anything, but it really is. This is something reminiscent of 10-Man's ranked. Feels like I'm watching a stream from multiple different POVs. It's a joy to watch, but at the same time, I have so many questions for what Envy's big plans are. Are they looking to innovate still? Are NRG seriously going to snatch this one away, or are Envy going to try to bring it to OT? Because they've kept this forward before, mind.
Shanks somehow still alive. He delays so much time for Caboose. Caboose had full idea that he was there, but now NRG, they get picked apart. As again, they make a little bit of a more scattered rotation, but Envy having full control of at least that backdrop. I mean, that's just NRG doing their thing, right? Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time here on the mainstream this entire weekend, we have overtime between Envy and NRG here on Haven. It's well earned by both teams. NRG, they had to fight tooth and nail from a 9-3 scoreline at the half to really make this possible. But now Envy, they returned to form a little bit. It was a little bit of an anticlimactic round, but now they have to prove themselves. They want to shut it down 2-0.
Prime position to do it. They're on the defense where they posted this 9-3 in the first place. Against full guns, Envy, they even bring out the operator. Popping the biggest bottles right now just to make sure they can be in a comfortable place heading into potentially the last round. Mame hairs off of being able to secure that frag. You're probably going to see that same position of what he's done before. If he even needs to step up, what has gone wrong? Envy, the crossfires are so overwhelming. 4 kills, 5 kills in just a couple of seconds. It's par for the course of what we've seen all game long, mind. But to see it in overtime, it has to hurt if you're an NRG fan.
NRG got too confident. They try to hold W on site again. They barely clear out the angle that FNS had full control over. And again, Mame had at least full eyes over towards Long. They knew that there were multiple players over towards Long. So if anything, the fast rotation comes in super quick coming in from B. That's going to be 2 players over towards the garage area watching the cross. And then eventually, Envy, they still have the nail in the coffin, which is essentially NRG just holding W on. That entire situation just benefited this team. But now, this C set is a little bit more loose. And Envy, they're still banging it out. EU has to run away, but this side is theirs. Envy with a man disadvantage is going to be able to get the plant down, but this one could start to get a little bit scrappy with a couple of players scattered.
Well, they know that Crashy is still sitting over towards A. NRG, they definitely want to move this one up, go as quickly as possible, because they know that Crashy's is AWOL. Finally, he'll arrive over towards Long, but look at the pressure on the spike right now. Oh, it doesn't get halfway, though. That means there's still a chance here up mine. Great shot from Mame. Smoke on the spike as well, but there's nobody touching it. Daps. Now he has to go ahead and stick the spike, get it to about halfway. Not even going to be able to get this res off. Is double OT going to happen? It isn't. Crashies will finish things off for Envy. It's a 2-0 finish, and Envy, despite a little bit of a choke in that second half, will close things out cleanly. Up mind. That was one of the most interesting games that I think I have ever seen.
Between 2 tier 1 teams, that is, because these two teams, they've had so much going for them in terms of tactical prowess. Especially yesterday, we really saw a showcase from NRG, really with most of their players on their A game in terms of fragging. But then you come into today, NRG still has that confidence in a sense, but they go onto a map like Split, where they haven't played at all in this tournament. At all. So still a lot of experimentation coming out from the boys of NRG. It didn't exactly work out in their favor over on Split, but what a return to form they had in a second half, because Envy, they took the first half 9-3 and they looked like this game was over.
Then out of nowhere, I mean, NRG, life in them yet, pulled it off, brought it to OT, and yes, you can fight and say all you want, it was scrappy, and yes, indeed it was, but it was still well-deserved at the end of the day for NRG. But they fall on OT, and that is where the series will end. Obviously not the end of the action, but we'll talk about that next series a little bit later. Do you I mean, if you could, would you choose one standout player here? Because It was a bit of a unique situation we were in, but man, just so many flashy plays. It's hard to choose just one.
If I really had to choose just one, I don't know about that. Again, this game is so confusing in a sense. Statistically,
what you're saying? Psalm going like this?
What Psalm still spinning around? Pew, all that. I mean, okay, that was yesterday, right? But
no, that was today.
Okay, look. I don't know.
He did on top of the ice
I don't
wall?
know. If anything, I'll say Caboose. This guy was an absolute legend in terms of total control of the map. When you went over towards Split, still his smokes were very much oppressive in a sense, a little bit deeper than you would actually expect. But really, the person that really came alive throughout this entire set, really in a util base, actually had to be Food. Food still had what would be a little bit more intuitive wall usage, especially when we saw 2 counter boosts back on Split. And even then, in this map, still ended up totally contributing to the team in terms of what would be total swing rounds. But again, I gotta give it to Caboose, but one of the best plays of the day, certainly getting pulled out by Crashies, who also had his best day thus far of this tournament in terms of fragging. He had over 40 frags thus far. And again, guys, just a legend. Ladies and gentlemen, there's not too much to talk about. You guys saw the action. It was really just a showcase between these two teams to see what they were all about. But Envy, they move on to the grand finals, and we still have another game coming up. But before we go, we do have a little bit of a shout out to our sponsor of the Challengers. It's our boys over at HyperX. They have been supporting us really for a while now over at Nerd Street Gamers. And of course, for those at home, every day, billions of people wake up, eat, and fire up a game as part of their daily routine. Console or PC, casual or pro, no matter your creed, color, or culture, we're all gamers. And HyperX is always ready to game. Thank you to HyperX for sponsoring this season of Valorant Challengers. And at this point, I'm gonna enjoy myself a couple of tunes, and we'll be right back with Immortals facing off against Sentinels for our second semifinals of the night.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On its way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
We need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
Welcome on back in, folks, to Valorant Challengers number 1. We're going through the open qualifiers with Steez at this point, with our boys at NV taking a quick 2-0 over NRG. But now we get into Immortals versus Sentinels. The battle between the established Tier 1 squad of Sentinels, the team that made the deep run over at First Strike, facing up against the guys of Immortals, those who still have a whole lot to prove. My name is Upmind, joined here by my man Eatso, and let's talk about this matchup, because you were the ones that really got to look at Immortals a little bit closely yesterday.
Well, and we got to look at Sentinels yesterday in their match against Andbox. And thing is, Sentinels, look, they are the Titans of North America. They are absolutely phenomenal in basically every situation that we put them in. However, you know, they're mortal. They struggled a little bit in, I believe, the round of 32, where they dropped the map. I can't exactly remember the team, but they are mortal. That being said, they have some incredible players on their roster, and yesterday they looked completely, you know... Oh, you good with your hair, man?
Yeah, no, it looks like I have a...
Gotta make sure it's all trimmed.
We're good.
Out there. But they looked really trained, really comfortable yesterday. And yes, these games are for seeding, but I think they're going to continue this sort of energy coming into today as well for the top 4, looking for that spot in the grand finals tomorrow. 2 players I want you to immediately keep your eye on. It's going to be Sick and Sinatra. They were superstars yesterday. But we haven't really talked about the side of Immortals yet. I want to hear your initial thoughts before, you know, I go in and try to take over that conversation.
Yeah, no, looking through this lineup, it's really going to come down to Sick and actually Shazam. Those two were huge individual fraggers in the game that ended up giving Sentinels their spot into the close qualifiers and into the top 8. You had Sick being an absolute legend in terms of stats. If I'm not mistaken, he ended up nailing 40 to 50 plus kills in that
51 kills, I think.
51. Again, massive work from Sick, but even then you still have Sinatra that has been very consistent throughout the past few months with a 239 average combat score in the last 3 months. But still, Shazam, he's going to be playing up on the Duelist. He's mostly going to be playing up on Jet, and even then still fragging out all over the place. One thing that I've realized with Shazam's play is he likes to play a little bit extra isolated. He likes to play pivot, a little bit more interactive off the post plans in comparison to really other Duelists. And even when you're talking about Immortals, Shut Up is really going to be someone that I really want to see step up today, because we've seen Gangsta in the past. Chemicals was a huge, I guess you could say a huge character yesterday, but for this team to succeed, I'm not just mentioning one player. You have to mention everyone. Chemicals had a big day yesterday. Nature is the new guy. And Immortals, to beat Sentinels, one of the best teams in North America, they all have to come out. And this map pool might just help them.
Well, Icebox was played yesterday by the 2 of these teams in their separate and their individual maps, their individual games, excuse me.
Yeah.
And it was fantastic for the 2 of them. One thing I want to point out, though, is that yesterday when Sentinels played this one against Andbox, Sick played Sova for the first time that I see in his career. And immediately after the game, he posted on Twitter saying something like, Sova is incredibly fun, and where has this agent been for all my life? So already... Sick is one of the most versatile players in North America, and his stock has gone way up once people really start to realize that, hey man, this guy is a nut on everything he plays. The fact that he's now brought Sova into his arsenal, he's like the 3rd or 4th player who can play Sova at a very high level on Sentinels as well. I mean, it's just unreal. Sentinels are stacked with talent. But to pivot over to Immortals, they impressed me a ton yesterday, because it was a phrase that Tanner used, controlled chaos, is that these guys, they're aggressive at just the right moments. They have mastered that sort of bursty style in their executes that I think a lot of teams struggle with. And in just that last match that we're doing, NRG was something that I wanted to see them do. Maybe I was just kind of thinking Immortals in the back of my mind. So Icebox is going to be incredible.
Icebox is going to be a big game for really both of these teams, because we haven't seen too many North American squads actually play up too much on Icebox. But Immortals still has only a few maps under their belt. They've won most of them. Still a 2-1 record in the last 3 months. Still with just about a 66% win record on this map. But Sentinels, I mean, although Icebox is so new to the scene, they've played it already 10 times, and they have a 70% win record on it, of course, winning 7 of them. So this first map is going to be a very good kind of taste test to see where these two teams are really at, especially with Sentinels only recently picking this up for a solid map pick. But you also go over towards the bans real quick, and Bind being banned for Sentinels, that is a massive ban for them, because it's their insta-ban nowadays. They've only played it about 6 times in the last 3 months, and it still hasn't been all too comfortable. It's almost the same thing with the boys of Immortals, still just trying to counteract what would be Sentinels, with Split being out of the picture, with Sentinels being one of the best teams in North America on that map with a 90% win record. But now looking down at the other maps, you still have what would be good chances for both sides. I still see Sentinels taking out this one in relatively close fashion, but Immortals, to me, this is a massive chance for them to step up, and honestly, the map pool has gone a little bit in their favor.
It has, but at the same time, you have to keep in mind that Sentinels, they're the best team in North America, and they are facing up against this kind of unknown quantity in Immortals. This is, I believe, their first, maybe second tournament with this new lineup with Chemicals and Nature in play, but Sean Gears recently on a podcast, can't exactly remember the name. It's not Plat Chat, but by the same people who did Plat Chat, Back Chat, that's what it's called. He was talking about the team that is really comfortable on Icebox is going to control the meta, because they will have such a versatile map pool and they can go basically anywhere and continue to dominate. And I think Sentinels have probably done that best so far. And look, they picked it, and they forced Immortals to ban Split, which is another map that's incredibly comfortable for Sentinels. You're talking about how maybe this map pick is pretty good for Immortals, but you also have to keep in mind, this is Sentinels that they're going to be up against. It's going to be an uphill battle either way, as surprising as they have been so far.
Yeah, and this is really a dynamic that happens with really any game that has a new map. The team that first masters that new map, that really has a good knowledge of it, they have the power of the counter pick. They have the power to take away bans from the other team. So essentially one entire portion of the ban phase is essentially utilized against going completely against you. And because that map is so new in a sense, so much time has not really been wasted, but it has still been mastered to become a total threat against other teams. Sentinels, they are more than comfortable in a sense with all of the other maps in the pool. So with them still maintaining themselves as only a one insta-ban team and it's still having that hard counter pick to really make opponents uncomfortable, those who really think they can face Sentinels on this map, they're in for a nasty surprise. And again, Immortals coming into this one and still have been maintaining the same agent comp throughout Icebox in the 3 games that they've played, but I want to see that change a little bit. Folks, let me emphasize this again. Yes, this is the open qualifiers going in for Challengers #1 here for North America, but only the top 8 teams end up making their way into the close qualifiers. We decided that 2 days ago. All of these teams now, they're fighting for seeding more than anything. And if I want to see a tier 1 team really switch up a little bit of their mentality or some of their play styles, this would be the tournament to do so. This is the stage to do so. Yes, some scrims would help you out, but Sentinels, this could also be their time to really switch things up, especially on maps like Haven, where they've maintained literally the same agent comp for the past 3 months. They played Haven 16 times and they haven't changed it at all. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I'm still willing to see a whole lot more changes for these teams, kind of like we saw NRG in the last set.
And Sentinels have already been doing that. Again, yesterday they brought out Sick on the Sova, so expanding everybody's agent pool by a little bit as well. We don't exactly have the picks and bans just yet, or the agent picks, I should say, not bans. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sick on the Sova once more, because pretty good track record from yesterday. Taking down Andbox is no easy feat. As crazy as that game 1 was, Sentinels ended that first half at 11-1, I believe it was. And I mean, that's dominance right there. It's really an uphill battle for Immortals, and I don't think I can stress that enough, because while Immortals have been impressing me, and I think impressing almost everybody by making a top 4 finish at the very least in this tournament, they still have one more juggernaut to take down before we even, I guess, talk about the grand finals, but then potentially Envy. I mean, it's
Envy versus Sentinels,
a long road,
by the
man.
way. If we see that matchup, we've been waiting for a true top 3 NA battle, and we've been waiting for that since First Strike, really. Because really the games that we've seen between like potentially TSM Sentinels or TSM 100 Thieves since then have really been in a transition stage. Still, this tournament is going to be a little bit more experimental for both sides, but that one is going to be a true showcase of what would be two teams that are currently very much in a transition point and still very much trying to solidify their position in the North American region. But let's not take anything away from Immortals. What am I saying, right? When we talk about transitions, we need to talk about Immortals. This team just brought on 2 brand new players. 2 players with not a lot of really tier 2, tier 1 experience really at all. By the way, over on your screen, say hi to Reginald. Hi, Reginald.
Hi, Reginald.
Still Nature coming in from the Counter-Strike scene. He's been around the advanced to main level. That is a far cry from really the organizations and the stature that we see kind of this level of competition maintain. But Nature and Chemicals, they've still been able to really waltz into this position with Immortals and make their way into a top 4 position. I am very excited to see Immortals really try to show themselves, really try to show the scene what they've got. They are not going to be experimental with today at all. They're going to be as on point and as ready for an upset as possible. I'm ready for this one, Ito. And again, the teams, they are still going through aging comp, and I think we do have a player that might be AFK, something of the sort. But Ito, this game is going to be fun, and I can't wait.
Well, one thing I have to mention as well, man, is that you're talking about how Nature came from CS, but Nature as well as Chemicals were both on the same team together before joining Immortals. They were on this team called SOAR, S-O-R, and they played completely different roles, though. Chemicals was actually a Sentinel player, and Nature, I think, played mainly Duelist. I'd have to go ahead and double-check that. So not only are these new players for Immortals, not only is this their first foray into the top of North America, but they're also on new agents, and they have been absolutely fantastic so far. We are going to be seeing a bit more of a interesting comp again from Sentinels. I have to bring out the fact that Sick is so new at Sova, and yet he looks right at home on it. I mean, you just have to think about how incredible that is, that this guy has played, what is it now, 6 agents at the top of NA? Like, obviously one of the most versatile players, but my God, just think about like the stonks for him. They're going way up, man. It's
going
unreal
way
to
up
think about.
as being a versatile player, but imagine if he was a free agent, right? I mean, that would be
Oh,
that would
Lord.
be a totally different story. He would probably be the most requested free agent out there. But in terms of Sova, I think he played it 2 maps yesterday, right? Am I not mistaken?
Yes.
Okay, so
On Icebox and Haven, I think.
if I'm not mistaken, it was Icebox and Split, maybe?
He played Sova on Split? Oh my God, if there's actually a way I forgot that,
I was
that'd
just
be
asking.
ridiculous.
I was just asking because Split was played yesterday, but no. Sick has played Sova before, yes, but he only played it like literally once. He played it once before, and playing it out yesterday on Icebox, a big change for him. We weren't able to see really the agent selects, but we could see a little bit of a glimpse of it. As Sentinels, it's not exactly surprising. Same thing with Immortals. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for waiting. Thank you so much for hearing us vamp, because now we're finally into the second semifinals between Immortals and Sentinels. Immortals, they're looking for the upset. Sentinels, they want to maintain their spot in top 3 NA.
They want that heavy seeding if they possibly can, and it begins with a bang, not a whimper, that's for sure. We've already traded blows back and forth as Immortals have lost now Chemicals, a player that I was hyping up so much. But, you know, at the same time, it's a little bit rough for Sentinels because they have lost now Raze. And obviously Sinatra is an absolute masterclass. He just shows everybody how to do it in a textbook fashion. Now Dapper has been taken out for good measure, and Sentinels, they're being knocked down a couple of pegs as they're looking to push towards A.
Shazam still around the corner waiting for players to try to rotate it, but instead, both Nature and JC Stanny, who are waiting up on the A site, they end up getting exposed. So there you go. Sentinels now left with only a singular person, still Sick. and he has a whole lot of routes to go through. Still, the B side is going to be fully his. So welcome to the Sova show. I want to see if he has any cheeky lineups or anything of the sort, but we're not going to see too much of that going into this round. Instead, he has to hold on to his guns, hold on to his britches, because this one is going to be quite entertaining. Still the 2v1. I think Gangsta is the only one with a low HP, but
he has a dart.
Does have the dart, does have at least recon, and ooh, okay, at least just a far one. That was just a straight shot, no bounce, nothing of the sort. Still fairly simple, but in we go. He's about to get revealed by that potentially. No, he's not. He's right behind the wall and just waiting up with the owl drone at the perfect time too. Well done. In they go. Still the defuse going down for shot up, and Sick can't get the headshot in the end. If there's anything that Sick can do, it's absolutely aim. This guy has been an absolute demon in terms of fragging, but Immortals, they still counteract at the end of things. Shot up takes it back, and although we did have an interesting play at the very middle with both JC Standing and Nature going down, Sentinels, they get knocked down a peg. It's 1-0 for Immortals early on Icebox.
But this is something I think you're going to be seeing repeating a lot in this series. Going down to the wire, Sick gave that a really good chance for himself to win, but was Shot Up who closed things out. You're talking about people who know how to aim. Shot Up is no exception either. He was a superstar yesterday in their series. And hey, off to a good start. 3 kills in the pistol is a beautiful look for you. Sentinels will quickly begin with another execute towards A with only pistols to show for it. They're going to really try to burst up as soon as possible. And I think Shot Up, well, this could be a bit of a disastrous position. He's going to need to lurk in these dark covers and hit a couple of bangers with that Stinger. Ooh. Maybe be bailed out.
Might actually be bailed out because Shot Up, if anything, he can just force up in the smoke and just wait for that first contact, and indeed he did. Oh, what a flick from Shot Up! Okay.
He knows how to aim.
This guy's nuts. He's going for the 4th, of course. He didn't need to get bailed out. Shot Up's just an absolute legend. 2-0 start for Immortals. Not a singular one of those SMGs going down, so this is as much of a bonus round as you can get here, Ito.
It's a good luck for Immortals to start out in such a clean fashion like that. Shot Up already at 7-0, but yeah, his first challenge really comes now because, well, he does still have the Stinger in play, and that is a crazy weapon as we saw right there. It's not going to be nearly as easy to do it against Phantoms and Vandals that, well, will inevitably be in play. I'm wondering what Sentinel's approach is going to be here, because it seems that once again they want to do this A burst. They toss out a smoke to try to stave off maybe an inevitable push from Immortals, but they're not respecting it. Look at this on your radar. They're already pushing through, and they pit Shot Up, just hold down tubes. Uncontested so far. You're going to see the stack now gamble towards A. Great paranoia too.
Yeah.
This is big for Immortals. So much info.
Yeah, so much info for Immortals, but even then Sentinels, it's just a light pressure. We saw Paranoia go back, but this Aldrin should be able to at least garner at least some of the spots. But again, like you mentioned, the gamble rotate coming in from Immortals is going to be heavily in their favor. Sentinels really does want to commit to this purely because of the positions that we see, especially from Shot Up. There you go. He gets that first frag. No way he doesn't get traded, right? You think, but the dismiss gets him out of there. Almost gets himself the second, but Zombs is going absolutely nuts, and Sick is there to return the frag back. Sentinels against Immortals, his best chance to really rack on a couple of rounds. They're knocking them down to only 2 players remaining. Again, they can't exactly do much. They're still peeking around the corner. That's, well, that turret with Sinatra at an extreme off angle. Can't do much with it. Gangsta now in a 1v4. His goal now were to be, I guess, a couple of exits, but I think everyone from Sentinels might just be running in a little bit. But they fully spot this one out. Good headshot from Gangsta. He's chilling out, though.
He does have a dart.
He's
Maybe
literally in that same position. Yeah.
Jesus. Okay.
Could do a little bit more, but yeah, that was a weird one. It was a bonus, though, so they're going to fully reinvest in the next round anyways. Yeah, nothing to lose.
Started out on a good note for them, though. You cannot deny that. Shot Up being able to get away with murder there, at least for a little while, but forcefully traded out. Sentinels push their advantage and push it into a round win for them. And they're starting to get close to some of those big ultimates. Obviously, Sick has his Hunter's Fury, as you see on your scoreboard right there, but the Bladestorm nearly available for Shazam, and we're a couple of points off from Sinatra being able to pick up the Showstopper as well. All of those are great engines to try to make a push happen with, plus a little bit of security in case you lose this round right here. So this is pretty pivotal for Immortals just in the early game. So obviously they're going to be trying to chase down this opening pick. Chemicals misses a shot though, and Sentinels look at their response now. They're kind of spreading their wings a little bit wider here, as actually the first kill does come through, but that's onto Shazam over towards A. This is bad news bears for Sentinels.
Okay.
Or is it?
I guess so, but I guess look at this off-angle position from Sinatra. Just as the smoke dissipates, he had a great angle. But because of that position from Sinatra, Sick, who wasn't spotted at all, just inadvertently gets peeked on by Chemicals. I mean, you hate to see it, honestly, but Chemicals, we take those. He's going to be able to get himself an early kill onto Sentinels. But not only that, he can continue his scoreline. Nobody's pressuring him out in this corner. Just a nade in the back lines, he doesn't care. He's down at 87 HP. He still has more than enough. With 35 seconds left, Sentinels, they don't go at a fast pace at all. They get picked down over towards the A site. Yet another early one from Chemicals as he has full control. But now Zoms could potentially get something done. But oh my lord, shot up. That man's a legend. 20 seconds left. Sinatra almost literally cannot do anything with his control, but can't exactly get a plant. I thought Shot Up was going to be able to get it, but instead now Sinatra, he could try to go nuts. Does have the showstopper back, but JC Stanny, an even better shot than what we saw earlier from Shot Up, because Sinatra just went down like a clay pigeon.
And that's a great round for Immortals as well. We didn't exactly see that frag that happened onto Shazam because it was completely unexpected. That man got killed basically outside of spawn. He was just barely up towards those rafters on A, or not the rafters, excuse me, the pipes towards A. He went down immediately, and that kind of threw a wrench into everything Sentinels were working for there. We still tried to stick to it a little bit by keeping Zoms there as kind of this late lurk, but obviously not getting anything out of it because it was such a nice hard clear from Shot Up. Really patient, disciplined from Immortals. Will net them a third round here, and yeah, there it is. Clay pigeon shooting for them. And Immortals moving up to 3 and looking really good while doing it. Sentinels still have a bit of money in their arsenal. You're probably going to be seeing Shazam pop that Blade Storm sooner rather than later because he only has a Stinger in play. There it is, right on cue. Now, what I'm hoping here is that we see something that Immortals did a lot yesterday, where they cut noise as long as they can and try to burst up A. And Shot Up might want to take the fight to them. This is so scary.
It's so scary for the boys of Sentinels, but Shot Up, he's more than confident. Still has so many angles to actually look at as he's still in a two-man setup, with his teammate actually being fairly conservative on sights.
He heard that.
He certainly did, but against Sentinels, they've always been in that back line anyways, and Shot Up knows this. Just so happens to be that he has such a great opportunity, but Sinatra takes him down immediately. Shot Up misses his first opportunity for the frag, and what I said before with the confidence, that's seeped away. Still Immortals with a man advantage. Gangsta takes it back, and JC Stanny, beautiful position. Gonna be able to take that one. Still through the smoke, can't get it, but he readjusts for the third.
That's huge.
Huge for JC Stanny. Gangsta takes it back. Sentinels, right as they started to get a couple of wins under their belts, well, it's just going to be Immortals back on the win sheet and the win tally. And Sentinels is back to pistols now, Ito.
Back to pistols in such a harsh fashion to lose it in as well, because that went a little bit better for them. All things considered, they managed to stay alive, keep all their players, all their ducks lined up in a row, and they actually did have, it was Sick lurking over towards B. I think he used his drone early on to look for some info, but it was a very standard default for them. Just an incredible burst of action. JC Stanny was in a beautiful position, and since they ran down the clock so much, Sentinels couldn't exactly afford to clear all those angles as hard as they normally would. So this is the natural conclusion. Sentinels will up the pace. They have the ultimates if they get that spike down, and that'll make things a lot more palatable. So look for that spike to go down ASAP.
And
actually right on cue, there it is.
Yeah, there you go. Zom just rushes his way on site, but still JC Stanny's been in his position for a while. Sinatra was about to go down, but JC Stanny couldn't take him down, so even then, the showstopper hits. Shazam still gets a kill back onto Nature. That was a little bit off-angly. But even then, Chemicals on the front lines still has at least the up-out, the right clicks, but the Classic doesn't work out in this favor. But Shut Up with both players in off angles. The Hunter's Fury going in, still down to half. Sick might be in such a tricky scenario now. And even with next click, the defuse will go in. That is so unfortunate as Sentinels early on, they had so much map control in a sense. They had so much site control. They still had players over towards the back lines, but I think in the middle of the chaos, still trying to take down Immortals really on their way into site, especially over towards main, there were players coming up from stairs area, just essentially slipping their way by, and Sentinels, they couldn't really keep track of things. By that time ended up going by. Immortals, they still had what would be great pivots, and Sentinels in off positions, they ended up getting exposed, and that gives Immortals a 5th round. Sentinels could have definitely pulled off the eco. I mean, that was more than theirs, but still now with the rifles back, and Immortals with their economy a little bit more damaged, there could be a massive opportunity. But Gangsta actually shuts down Dapper early. That's a big frag, but Shazam gets one back too. It's a 4v4 now, Ito.
Sentinels made that one incredibly close for what they had to work with. They blew a couple of ultimates for it. They don't have that Hunter Sphere as well as a Showstopper in play. And if Immortals get that Killjoy lockdown up pretty soon, that could be a tool that otherwise not wasted, but it could have been used to take down the lockdown. I mean, really, the stocks for that lockdown become way more valuable. So look for that to try to come into play soon. But for now, like you said, they've stayed even so far. I think perhaps the best move for them to be, or would be, sending it B like they are right now, but keep an eye on Zombs. That late lurk, I think, is going to be absolutely round-changing. He's not even going to be in that position. He's just going to help out for the fight. Toss out of smoke. It's going to be a really one-track-minded sort of push. It doesn't seem to actually hurt Sentinels anymore, though. They find the opening kill. They're fine with it anyway.
Like I said, Shazam, he takes up so much space in such little time. He's more interactive in a sense that you would expect off of swings, and he definitely proves it. Still going for that first contact, clearing up more line of sights. As now Sentinels, they're still running out of time to actually get that plant down with, again, the Nano Swarm just chipping away so much damage. Still Gangsta in the back lines, and wow, Shazam! The 1-2 combo, but Shadow shuts it down! No time! 29 seconds left! He needs to run! But Shazam shuts it down with milliseconds left in the clock! The ace from the absolute legend. Again, Shazam, he will not stop holding W. He will not stop shooting at bodies. As Immortals, they have no chance against this guy.
And if that last round wasn't close enough, this one is even closer. Only this time, Sentinels win, and they look beautiful because of it. Another round in their favor. An amazing highlight play from Shazam. You can't wish for anything more. This is Valorant at its best. And Immortals left a little bit shocked after that one. But they will continue to fight, will continue to buy, and they're going for the same setup that they've done previously, only this time Sentinels have learned from their mistakes. That lockdown that I mentioned previously isn't going to be in play for this round either, but look about a lockdown that is in play. Going to be used from Sentinels. That's going to be their engine to push. Or is it?
Again, that takes up so much line of sight, and well, indeed they are. It just so happens to be that Spike is back in their spawn. Immortals has made that full rotate now here, Ito, because Lord, look how much control Sentinels actually has. But Immortals, they can explode at any moment. Chemicals literally dashes away in what might have been line of sight for the boys of Sentinels, but no one's able to catch him. But instead now Shazam with more opportunities for frags. The double peek, well coordinated, but now in comes the hold. Dapper on the front line takes that one. Still Sinatra. Chemicals in the smoke. Chemicals is literally the last man remaining with no HP. And Sentinels, off of that lockdown, I thought that Immortals were about to explode on that site. Everyone had rotated. Everyone was behind that circle. Immortals, they have proven themselves as a great retaking team, especially in this game thus far. But Sentinels, with such good off angles in a sense, and a little bit more of a desperate mindset, or a mindset for Immortals, they ended up falling right into crosshairs, right into crossfires. And well, Sentinels, they have themselves a 3rd round. And this one would kind of be a nail in the coffin for the economy of Immortals because, I mean, they're about to get resets. Sentinels can tie this game up with this round alone.
They just might do it. Although it's not off to the cleanest start for them. Sentinels have shown an incredible amount of resilience. That lockdown was so huge for a number of reasons, something I'll have to touch on later because I think it's not going to be something that's limited to that one round only. Sentinels, although they've dropped a player, they've quickly evened things up here, and this is why I wasn't worried. The resilience from Sentinels is so absurd. They've not only eked out one more kill, but had a chance to get another one too. Now JC Stanny is threatening that plant from potentially going down. Shazam doesn't have his teammates back covered, and that's actually really gonna hurt. They do get the spike planted, which is great news, and Shazam does hit a banger, but it'll still all come down to Sinatra to hold the line. It's not gonna work out, so everything that I was praising for Sentinels in the past doesn't seem to come to fruition right here. But the reason why that happened is because Immortals were in just such perfect positions to trade each other out. And despite originally it was Nature who got caught off guard from his position, JC Stanny was more than eager to step up, take the reins, and completely shift that round around. Immortals, they'll extend their lead even further.
They look to do so, and it's more or less the same position as I placed, really, Immortals in the last round.
Right.
Sentinels, they're the ones now down on the economy, but you have to look over towards Shazam now. Shazam, I can't believe that he's actually going for this op pick, but there's a reason why, right? He's actually so confident on that Scopes rifle thus far, and I don't doubt him at this point. Although his economy goes down incredibly low, he has nothing to lose and all the frags to gain. He gets himself one back onto Shut Up, and even then, Sentinels off that first pick, they're still looking to go quick. JC Stanny with the teleport back, although he is getting pinged out. 8 HP, and this man has almost no chance. That nade catches him off, and now, still, Immortals over towards the back of site. The rotation has been fully made. No ultimates at this point, because here's the thing. Sentinels still has full control of this site, but they're playing so aggressively, Ito. How is this working out for the boys of Immortals? But Dapper, he's going to be able to get Chemicals, who tried to get a little bit spicy with the op. And even then, Nature now in a 1v2, going to be able to catch one. Still one up top. Shazam, he won out at least one of these rounds with a clutch. He could do it again. But Nature, good call out. And Shazam gets taken down. Immortals, I mean, at least carried out at the very end by Nature. This man has at least some sort of clutch gene.
Mate, that was his first kills of the game. That was
Unreal.
huge for the morality, if nothing else. The fact that the first time he comes online to build up that lockdown, to finally, you know, up your ego a tiny bit, is a clutch against the best team in the world, or the best in North America. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Man.
But Immortals are looking phenomenal right now. They're close to nearly having 5 ultimates in play. This round is about to get insanely messy. And if not this round, the next one, because that's the final one of the half.
He's an impact fragger. Impact fragger. I mean, you can't really say anything else than that, right? 2 kills, and they lead into a clutch.
That's an impact frag.
But, well, Sentinels, they're still targeting the A side here, Ito, but with the Killjoy ulti, with the lockdown going in and the fast rotations from Immortals starting to stack up once again, this could start to get a little bit messy. As Sentinels, they're still making up space a little bit, but Immortals, they're fighting back. Lockdown being lockdown, though, the spike could still go down easily.
And that's such a threatening lockdown too. They have to respect it, but they do get the spike down. This is where Sentinels want to be. These are the optimal post-plant positions for them, completely out of range for the lockdown, so it didn't really accomplish all too much at the end of the day. There is going to be that chalk darts pulled out, which will allow Nature to pick up the first frag, but he's traded out quickly by no one else but Sinatra, who finishes it off with style. A close-range rocket makes Sabrosa sweat. Sentinels, they take number 4.
And again, an explosion over towards site, but Sentinels, again, remember the last time that they had the lockdown over towards that site, it was very much more contested by...
It was a funnel.
Exactly. It was very much contested for Sentinels in one exact position. But instead now, they do spread out their attention a little bit more. Immortals, they actually end up stretching out into the circle a little bit more than we expected, especially that late on. And Sentinels, they were more than ready for it. Again, just well done. As now Sentinels...
That's good by Chemicals.
I mean, that's great by Chemicals, but he had such a good spot early on to potentially get himself a frag to open up that B main area. But again, Sentinels, they're just playing this play-by-play. And already with 120 left in the round, you have 3 players going down as Zombs takes down JC Stanny.
They do have some pretty powerful ultimates, though. That Hunter's Fury, I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing it used to try to deny plant. Or, I mean, there's so many ways to use this Hunter's Fury. It's impossible to track down the one that they're going to try to go with. Ultimate use for info is also important to mention. Sentinels, they don't even seem fully dedicated to this idea of going B, but now after getting that amazing kill from Shot-Up, I think they've become a little bit more convinced. Hunter's Fury will indeed come through, not to deny Plant, but just to deny them space. But it's not going to work. Shock Dart will go out. This one actually to deny the plant. But it's a 1v4 that Gangsta will have to pull off. And I'm pretty sure here that we're looking at 7-5. We're definitely looking at 7-5.
Yeah, no, it's
wow.
done right.
Jeez.
Well, that's a halfway line.
Util, dude.
I can't. I honestly can't fathom some of the rounds that Sentinels were actually able to win, because Immortals, although it is more or less expected nowadays on Icebox, I think because we didn't have the camera all too much on the players rotating from the B sites, one thing that I've been really impressed with has just been how fast Immortals have been able to fight back against Sentinels, really off of the, what would be the first pick. Once one pixel gets spotted for Sentinels, or I'm sorry, for Immortals, that rotation comes in a flash. But sometimes that goes completely against them, because Immortals, in that play at least, they scatter themselves up. That's the 1-to-1 Shazam. Just get an easy frags. He's eating good today with a high frag score. But even then, Sentinels still at 5 rounds. If they get this one out, it's essentially going to be a tie score. But Immortals now on the attacking side, they're going to take a page out of the
Immortals.
Sentinels book. They're approaching the A site. Fast rotations are going to come in for Sentinels too. They're too close.
They always burst up like this. They did this so many times yesterday where I'm going to call it the Immortals. I know you were thinking about maybe the Sentinels playbook, but right now all I can keep my eye on is the fact that there's a Sheriff in play, and they'll be taken out before there's actually any use. Immortals, they're just stomping, man. This is exactly like yesterday. Such a clean execute from the Immortal side.
And again, let me remind you, it's rare to see Sentinels even lose out on this map, although again, it is very much new. Sentinels has been really the one team in North America to really maintain this map in their map pool. I mean, this is their map pick.
They picked it. Yeah.
They picked it. I mean, it's such a rarity to see this map getting picked by anyone, and they still had full confidence that they could take this forward as a counter pick throughout this entire tournament. Immortals, they're really waking up Sentinels to what might be a little bit more of a scrappier pick. Maybe they shouldn't have picked Icebox. Maybe they should have done a little bit more studying, but that's the thing right here, Itzo. What is there to study on Immortals? This team is almost completely brand new. If we saw another organization other than Immortals with this lineup, I wouldn't doubt it. I would have been like, all right, couple free agents, you put them on a pug squad, and it just works out. It just so happens that this lineup right here, right now, they ended up picking up a map pool in such a short amount of time, and it's succeeding against one of the best teams in North America. Let's not speak in absolutes though, because Sentinels, they still have a huge chance in their hands, but they really need to counteract this B rotate, because there's really only one man here.
He's one hell of a player, but being able to hold it down alone doesn't exactly seem too likely with only a pistol in tow. He'll respect the decision, give it up entirely, and Sentinels have now come to try to back up his teammate, but Dapper is in such just a far-off, isolated position where it's just a matter of time before he gets overwhelmed. This is Immortals now trying to extend for as much control as they can. They've already gotten the spike down. Go for a little bit more. You have absolutely zero reason not to. They farm frags and the round is over in a burst. Immortals, they're so close to double digits. And although Sentinels do have a buy in hand, Immortals have been scary even with the guns that they currently have. Those Stingers, the Spectre, as well as the Bulldog. Look, man, obviously I'm going to have to favor Sentinels for it because the artillery diff alone is scary, but Immortals have been really impressing me so far from both yesterday into today as well. It didn't seem like just a fluke yesterday.
No, it didn't seem like it because, again, I don't know what to think with this Immortal squad, especially coming into this tournament. I expected to see TSM. I expected to see 100 Thieves in this position. Neither one of them made it into the closed qualifier. So instead, now someone has to step up, right? Someone has to step up, and his name is Shot Up. Wonderfully done. He just zooms his way forward. And Sentinels, in this round, Itzo had the full rifles, and they're just getting exposed now. Shot Up with a massive opportunity, but he ends up not resetting his spray really on time to counteract Dapper's swing. Sinatra, what on earth was that peak? How high is his sensitivity? Still a 3-on-3 though. Nature, he's gonna be the one to really get that first contact. Huge. And indeed he does. Not only that, but JC Stanley is here to help out. Dapper now, 1v3. He puts it down to a 1v1. But Nature is there once again. Like I said, impact frags only. This man is huge. That's the bonus taken by Immortals. And who knows at this point, we might see Immortals take off a map off of Sentinels.
It wouldn't be the craziest storyline that we've seen so far this event, but it would definitely be a crazy wake-up call for Sentinels. Again, they picked this map, and yes, we can always talk back to how this is about seeding when it all comes down to it, but Immortals, the way they have been playing, I mean, this is great practice for them, if nothing else. They might snatch away a 1 or number 2 seed. I mean, right now, they are looking phenomenal. But again, zoom out a little bit. This map isn't done yet. Sentinels have incredible mental fortitude, like I mentioned. They have not exactly the best guns to work with, but they have something. They have a stinger in play from Dapper, who was massive last round. Couldn't quite clutch up a 1v3. But as Immortals now shift their focus over to the other side of the map, things become a little bit more possible. Or does it? There's Chemicals. He will completely shut me up.
There you go. So Sentinels, they had something at least going for them. At least in terms of the pivot, right? They had the right position outside of that B site, and they were ready for Immortals to go take. But with the double back, they do the exact same thing. Good call out from Sentinels. I mean, this is the hardest of reads, but oh, that Hunter Sphere would have had to be big. But there you go, Dapper. He's been ready for this fight for a while.
No way.
Huge shot again. The headshot's coming swinging, but Shut Up somehow is still alive. He's trying to shut down the Killjoy, and indeed he will. The lockdown goes down, but even then, Shut Up still has a 1v1. It was pure chaos for a couple of seconds there. And with that flick, one bullet would have done it for Sinatra. And Immortals, they clean up the eco round. So again, I might have had to bite my words there for a second, but again, you got to give it to Sentinels because they still have what would be that gambling mindset, especially in that eco round, and they made the right reads. They made the right pushes. And Dapper, the player that was on the hero rifle going into that round, he absolutely utilized it. Maybe not to the absolute success, but still had the opportunities to frag out. So Sentinels, they're given more opportunities than I would think, and looking like a couple of buddies at this point. Immortals and Sentinels, they look like really clones of each other in terms of the strat book.
Hell of a scary team. A new look for Immortals. Seems to be a beautiful look on them. Sentinels, they fight back as they just immediately take down the lockdown. Par for the course so far. Immortals, they've been no strangers to taking things a bit slower here, but usually it's been a fake towards A and then they execute B. And it seems at least a bit similar, but now they've kept one player over towards mid. Keep an eye on him, because he could definitely be perhaps the pincer that Immortals are looking for to snatch away this round as well. Shot Up, bleeding internally, gets out alive. And there it is, JC Stanley, actually, his position gets compromised. Zoms beats him out in Omen Supremacy. And we have a pretty awkward situation on our hands. Let's be real here, Upmind, because Immortals, they've had pretty decent mid-round calls before, but they've never been in this sort of situation this late in the round where it's 4v5. Only a couple players from Sentinels hurting on top of it. The first challenge they faced.
30 seconds left.
One of the first.
One of the first at least, but still Sentinels. I did say before that they've been good at reading out these situations, but now Immortals has a little bit more comfortable of a take. With just about 14 seconds left, the plant will be able to go down, and it's going to be essentially a full retake now for the Sentinel squad. Not essentially, but absolutely speaking. So, Chemicals, he should have gotten that second kill.
They have numbers.
1000%, but even then, Sentinels still trying to make their way through. Oh boy, 3 over towards the top area. Shazam's going to be able to get the kill back.
Here.
Slow and steady now, Ito. The plant will eventually getting defused, but there you go.
No.
The nano swarm ends up going off, but now there's only one person remaining in that smoke. Shazam just goes in with the right clicks. It's all too easy. Again, it almost seemed too methodical from Sentinels. As Immortals, again, they all wanted to maintain in that close-up scenario because not too much util was actually into that round. The only person that really had anything going into it was Nature, and he had a good post plant for it. Otherwise, the Immortals team, they really need to be more crowded around that site. They needed to fight Sentinels off of that initial push out of the main area coming out from the mid side. But still nothing of the sort. They wanted to at least take on the 1v1s, but Sentinels didn't make that possible. They isolated them back over towards the mid side of the site, and just like that, that's going to be the round.
I mean, Shazam was undoubtedly the MVP of that round. Obviously, first just finding the 3 kills to end it all, but right now he was in this position late into the round too, holding down Rafters. He made it impossible for them to actually contest his position and even up the numbers, which is absolutely what Immortals needed. And I think he actually shot up, climbing through those robes, but he has to once again concede space. This is just par for the course again for Sentinels. They're gonna concede and allow this retake to happen naturally, and it's up to Immortals to try to innovate. Sentinels do it better, don't they? 3 kills already.
Right, we saw the Ares back, right?
Wow.
A little bit of spice, a little bit of variety, but is it really that much variety when we're seeing yet another win from Sentinels potentially? Nature, like I said before, very much impacts fragging, but he's actually made his way back. He's almost near double digits at this point, catching up with the rest of the team. But Gangsta now, last minute remaining on a 1v4, can't really take things up. It's 11-7. As now Sentinels, they're going to take on what would be yet another eco from the boys of Immortals. Sentinels, I said that Immortals did have that chance to really make their way back, but this Sentinels team, they finally seem to be a little bit more cutthroat.
You can't ever count them out. This is why I was always talking that, you know, we can't speak in those absolutes. Sentinels have amazing mental fortitude, and, you know, sure, maybe the stakes of this game aren't as high as they normally are, but they still are going to be trying to bring out their discipline best. And it's really, really kind of showing up to Immortals right now. They look a little bit genuinely confused. This is the first time that pretty much all tournament their HQ has been shut down. And talk about a flashy way to shut them down too. Zombs finds 2. At least Immortals get that spike plant down. But how much further are they even going to get from here?
They need more space, but literally Sinatra isn't allowing it. Still with the showstopper. I mean, dude. He had to find something. He was still looking around for someone there. And,
like,
yeah, no, he got it back. That was as easy as you can get for Sentinels anyways. But a plant for Immortals, yeah, it did help them out in a sense. They did everything they could to even get it down. But Sentinels with good early control of sight, that was really the thing that made it happen. So Immortals back on the rifles. Can they fight back? Because at least looking down their line, their ultimates are barely charged up at this point, so there's not going to be too many wild cards going into it. And Sentinels too, still maintaining full control of these sites, and they're still going for a little bit more of a pinch, like this lineup for Gangsta though. He's all the way back in their spawn. This one's interesting. Where's this one going? It's back
I want
over
to see
towards
a
the
fight
B
for
side.
orbs here too, but yeah, let's see where the start ends up.
Oh wow!
Oh, that's gonna be a shock for Back Kitchen. Maybe it felt a bit preemptive.
No way.
Because Shazam is going to be able to easily bounce around it. Of course.
Okay.
That's Sentinels. The innovators, man. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the innovators.
Well, never mind.
Always finding different ways to die.
I was going to say that.
That's just brutal. That's just it's a little bit too insulting, but in we go. Sentinels, no, they've been definitely on the front lines of the last couple of rounds and can't really say much about it. If anything, it's just mounting so much pressure on this Immortals team to just make these takes so much quicker. And again, that's what ended up isolating their players, at least early on in this round. Shazam still taking down Nature.
Good.
There was another person rotating back. And with 50 seconds left, Immortals have no control.
No control, and not even the players to try to get back that control. It seems that they want to finish up towards A here, but when they even get that spike down, their options remain pretty scarce. They have the recon dart off of cooldown at this point, and they're probably going to try to toss the spike over to their jet because that way you can get another point closer to their ultimate, but that's not even going to be the thing that's on your mind building up those ultimates. It's how can we even up these numbers? They've cut noise once more. Again, the Immortals Classic, but time is of the essence. They need to move, and they need to move right now. It's not going to be possible. Sentinels are more than ready. They rotated before they even entered towards A main, and it'll be over in a flash. Sentinels now on 9 rounds are knocking on the door of double digits, and they haven't had any answers. Immortals, they had made this such a one-sided game, it felt like at some points, but this is why you never count them out. 4 in a row for Sentinels. Their money is booming. They're nearly hitting the cap on some of these players. Meanwhile, Immortals are on the other end of things. They're barely scraping by here. Their ultimates are in a little bit of a crappy place. JC Stanley doesn't have that the From the Shadows coming up anytime soon, and same story with the Bladestorm for Chemicals, so that's a potential weapon out of the picture. But at least that lockdown is something they can look forward to relatively soon.
Let's wait up for the actual take, though, because still Sentinels getting more and more desperate. They're going to try different things. They all boost their way over towards mid.
Wait a second.
Okay, actually Shut Up taking down Sick. And the Stingers, they're starting to work. Again, Immortals with an absolute curveball still taking over mid. No one even going over towards bathrooms.
No,
and instead, the Stingers, they're all just working on their favor. Shut Up! All alone!
It's flawless!
It's a flawless eco round from Immortals. Hey, throw everything out the window. Whatever notes we have, whatever we've said this far in this game, none of it matters. Immortals somehow able to make their way back into not only this game, but that round was flawless. It's literally what it was. Absolutely perfect. Everyone from Immortals, they just grouped around one singular position. When was the last time we've actually seen Immortals do that? I mean, not once. They've tried to stay in more defaulty positions, maintain lurks, but now the one round that they take an off angle or an off route, it works out. And it's just exactly the one to get at least 12, maybe overtime in the near future, or potentially the map win.
Their ultimates are starting to stack up as well. Feel free to blow them all you want, Immortals. You've earned this one here. Hunter's Fury used, maybe a zoning ult if nothing else. Ooh. And that'll be the punishment that we've been looking for from Sentinels. Sick gets the opener. Look at what happens next here, Immortals. This is usually when they kind of calm down the pace a little bit. What I think they're going to do here is completely cut noise, hide as much as they can, and then re-exec A. Because this is usually the sign where Immortals start bringing it over towards B. And look, the rotations are already coming in effect. Sentinels, they fell for this one hook, line, and sinker. A little bit more time off the clock, and Immortals should have this site for basically free. This is so well played by Immortals. Plus, they have the lockdown just to really rub salt in the wound.
You should run.
All right.
You should indeed run over to the other side of the map, Sentinels. That's where everything's going to be taking place. They have lockdown too. Keep that in mind.
Absolutely, that lockdown.
30 seconds left.
At least for the guys of Sentinels, they know that this is a must-win round. Must-win ulti to pull up, but no way. No way. Shazam, the rare miss. And just like that, this round is more than ready to be taken by Immortals. 2 players remaining now for Sentinels, trying to make their way on site. Chemicals, he gets himself another, and not only that, but the knives get pulled out for the third. Immortals, they pull off the upset, and Icebox is theirs once again here in Challengers. They take the game over Sentinels, and my oh my, do I say it, they're 1-0 over the boys at Sentinels. Top 3 NA, yet another upset here in Challengers, but there's still more work to be done.
They took away the map pick of Sentinels, Mind. It's more than just a 1-0 lead for Immortals. The brand new squad is taking the territory of choice for Sentinels and maybe not teaching them how it's done, but definitely giving them a couple of pointers on how to play some of those thrifty rounds. That is a round I'm going to have to go back and look and find out how in the world the anatomy of that one worked through. Because they just got into kitchen, they got up on site without anybody being aware. And that's critical information, man. They lack the critical information, Sentinels. They go down 1-0 to Immortals of all teams here. They just continue to surprise. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, we may be vamping this up a little bit too much, but
but
it really is important because it's almost on the level. I'm not going to say exactly on the level, but it's still at a big upset level, just like the one that we saw earlier this tournament from Carpe Noctem taking down 100 Thieves. I mean, who expected
Only that wasn't
this?
for seeding.
No, and that wasn't for seeding. That was an elimination game and 100 Thieves was out. This time, Immortals for seeding is taking down Sentinels, but of course, map number 2 is really where things can heat up, and we can see Sentinels really get back on their grind. Because again, Icebox, is there really too much to take away from this map? Because there still is very much a counter picky nature to it. It's still very much a coin flip, so we don't exactly have a correct way to play this map just yet. It just so happens to be that some teams, they like this map, and we saw 2 specialists of it. So if anything, again, it was a coin flip at the end, and Immortals, they ended up getting the favorable of it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for watching Valorant Challengers, and if anything, map number 2 should be even better than the first, so you guys don't want to miss it. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
We need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused. Last player standing.
Welcome on back, folks, to Valorant Challengers. It is the first edition here, brought to you by Nerd Street Gamers. My name's Upmine, joined here by Iso, and of course, we have a massive set going down between Immortals and Sentinels. Immortals, they were looking good coming into today already, but now they're just proving that they deserve to be in the spot that they're in. Sentinels down 1-0 to this team, and right on their map pick, Immortals are finally heating up, but how are things looking going into the second map, Ito?
I mean, win behind the sails for Immortals, if nothing else. I don't really have too much of a sample size to kind of look at Immortals and see how they have been doing on Haven so far with this new roster, but you can't deny the surprise factor that they have, and it is their map pick, so obviously they feel some sort of level of comfort on it. Am I going to decisively say it's going to go one way or the other? No, but Immortals definitely have it in their favor. There was, we got Twitch chat predictions from our producer. I think it was 26% of people predicted Immortals to take Icebox. So the fact that they did it, map pick of Sentinels, it's a massive surprise, and it's great to see. New blood in NA rising up, some from SOR, and they will try to continue onto Haven. I mean, really, with such a new team, you just kind of have to go ahead and see it happen live.
Yeah, absolutely. So going into this next game, we still have high hopes coming in for the team of Immortals, purely because they're coming into this with a 90%, let me say that again, a 90% win rate on Haven. They have only lost once in the past 3 months on this map, but that is with another core. This core is completely different. This is a team that is still building, that is still trying to get themselves a little bit more experience in a sense together. But does that mean that their IGL is off? No. Does that mean that their coach doesn't still have that experience? No. Does that mean that these players aren't fragging? Absolutely not. This Immortals team still has a massive chance going into this game, and still Sentinels, they still have that same core, right? When you compare the two, Sentinels still has very much a very positive rating on this map. So before I mentioned 90% for Immortals, try 87.5, try 14-2. Immortals have only played this map 10 times, Sentinels playing this map out 16 times already. So a little bit more experienced, and their core staying together is going to help them out a little bit more going into this one, but let's not count out Immortals at all. I mean, why would we? Because I think before I mentioned that the upset to 100 Thieves and Carpe Noctem, those are on two completely different levels. Carpe Noctem was a little bit more of a tier 2 team, maybe even just upper tier 2, I guess you could say, but Immortals has always been at around that tier 1 stage, always playing up against tier 1 opponents. So is it really a surprise that these players are really able to come out really swinging? No, not exactly. But Sentinels, they've been on such a hot streak thus far in this tournament that I was almost expecting them to make it to the grand finals, expecting them to face on against Envy. Now, going over towards the Agent Select, there aren't too many quote-unquote surprises in a sense, as again, Sentinels, they've maintained the exact same agent comp for all 16 games that they've played on Haven, and really it's been the exact same thing for the boys of Immortals. I need to go back on it though, see if anything has changed. It went by a little bit too fast, but this game should be a banger, and I'm here for it.
Hey, there's plenty of tape on how Sentinels like to play this as well. And if you look at the past 4 games for Immortals, all of which were in this qualifier, mind you, they played a number of teams. They played Aqua, Elevate, Big Frames, most notably Xset. Just yesterday, they completely, you know, I'm not going to say demolished, but they had a very strong attacking half against Xset. So the numbers seem good. 100% in their last 4 attempts. The last 4 goes at it on Haven. It seems really good for Immortals. And again, you know, now's the time to practice these new maps, because maybe they weren't the closest wins. It was 13-10 over Xset, but attacking sides are undeniably strong for them. And since they're going to be the ones dictating the pace on this attacking side, you have to have high hopes for them. As we look to start things out here, Immortals immediately just want to burst it up over towards B. Okay, simple as that. Get the spike down, play post plant. Sick will try to punish that with a move out through Garage, but he's only going to find the 1 kill, and he backs out safely.
Dapper?
Numbers traded back, and Dapper is already in for the fight. What in the world is going on here from Sentinels?
It was just confusing for Dapper, but everyone else on Sentinel, they had full control. So at this point, still 2 players from Immortals over towards mid. Nature, he wanted to be on the front line of the impact, purely because, again, he was already a little bit low on HP. And Gangsta on the back line, still focusing on the spike. Still very much well played by the boys of Sentinels. They quickly make their way on, back over towards that B site. Quick retake, quick round. And now for Immortals, they have to maintain themselves on the pistols. As Sentinels, they have the at least the SMGs, which we're looking at a completely different map than Icebox. I was about to say, like, oh, who knows, right? We could see something massive here from Immortals, just like we saw in map 1. But I think the offset potential, at least on the second round conversions, the percentages, or at least the statistics, get a little bit more muddied. So at least for now, Immortals, they could still just try to frag out one by one. But early on, the setup for Sentinels is very much A-based, with fast rotations coming in towards this area.
And fast kills right behind it. Immortals have traded even so far. Great double peek out to try to trade the numbers. And it's doing the trick. This is an eco up mine. And yet they've made it so close. 1v1. It will end with a whimper, not a bang, as Dapper comes out from above with the Ares. Picks up maybe a Bulldog, a side grade if you would, considering apparently how nutty the Ares and how much love we've seen for it just today. Sentinels, they will maintain a 2-0, but at what cost? You're not really going to be able to bonus into this third round as a result. He's just really making sure that player is dead. And Immortals, I mean, they drop another round here, but this is still very far from out of the woods for Sentinels. They will buy up, yes, but Immortals will have guns.
Oh, yeah, no, so they'll have guns, of course, because again, the eco just went down, but let's look at it from the wider scale. With as many kills as Immortals actually ended up getting with that round, yes, they didn't end up winning, but in the end, they might just win the battle, because Sentinels now, they have to rebuy everything. Everything has to be repurchased. This team is going to come out of this as if they're getting reset. So, with Sentinels having to buy up back the SMGs, actually mostly rebuying up rifles to try to fight off Immortals, just as if they were just done with a bonus. So, now Immortals, they win this one out. They're the ones with the momentum. They're the ones with the confidence that can really just tie up this game. And not only that, but an early frag coming in from Nature off of a little bit of a ballsy pick from Zoms, but that was just a good off angle. Still one over towards this site. It's going to be Shazam with a massive kill to start things off with the Bulldog. Still wants to reposition himself over towards Long as Chemicals. He gets himself one. Man advantage now for Immortals as they start to rotate back. There still is awareness over towards the C site with the camera still up. And not only that, but a fast rotation on this site. This could be massive for Sentinels, but they are at a man disadvantage. They have a fighting chance. Sick though, massive flash. Nobody expects it at all. He gets the first pick back. Now has the run it back. Still with a flash out, not going to be able to find a kill. Still has a chance in a little bit of time. More damage being taken. The run it back is back. Shazam is here to help. Immortals now still down to 2 players. Now there's, again, just trying to maintain the pace with just about 40 seconds left. Although the rotation is good, Immortals maintain the pace.
Such suppressive utility from Sentinels too. Sick bought so much time there and denied Immortals from actually being able to push into the site itself. It's things like that that are going to make the biggest difference when it comes to who's going to snatch away this round, and Sentinels just might do it with this kind of lackluster buy that they put together. They are definitely impressing with it, and right now they have the even tools of the trade. Immortals, they are just being completely collapsed upon. Sentinels, they will extend it into a third. And it was a really good mid-round rotation from Immortals too, but it was single-handedly, it felt like, Sick, who held on so long, really. He had to pop his ultimate for it, only got 1 kill, but he tossed out his flash, he tossed out the flame ult. Everything in his arsenal was used just to buy time. That is exactly how you need to play that sort of situation. Immortals, they'll force up one more time, but it's more of a half buy here. You know, they're going to have enough to buy rifles into this next round, but I still think they keep their heads high here because they're so close to a number of ultimates.
Highly oppressive, but again, Sentinels still trying to put on a little bit of pressure early on to the choke points, but Immortals, they slip on by the defense in a sense. A couple of players out garage, but wow.
Oh, God.
That just gets cleaned up on the C site. 2 players make their way through, and not only that, but Sinatra on the front lines in garage. shuts down the take from Immortals. So again, it was an all or nothing take for Immortals, and nothing ended up working out for them. But now they have the rifles back, and still Sentinels, they're maintaining still very much a round-to-round basis in terms of early positions for their defense. It does look like in some rounds they want to have a random focus in one place. Some rounds they want to be a little bit more balanced. This one is a bit more of a balance. They have a fast rotation, 2, 3 fast rotations, if anything, over back towards the B site, and double coverage of the A choke points. This should be fun.
Fun indeed, but I think Gangsta wants to try to end it before it gets any more scary for Immortals, potentially. Uses that Hunter's Fury right off the rip after tagging somebody with the drone, excuse me. But backs out position before he's able to get hit by it. Well, stay safe for now, Shazam. Look at these rotates. That's all I can keep my eye on here from Sentinels, is that every time there's a little bit of util, they seem to react immediately. And Immortals can play this to their advantage. They haven't dropped the player yet, and it sucks that they lost a Hunter's Fury, but they still have a decent amount of utility in their arsenal. Obviously, the one to note here, is since we're on his POV, is shot up with the double Leer. Gangsta about to have a recon dart online. They're just going to wait out these cooldowns and try to burst up onto A. Pretty reminiscent of what you saw in Icebox. Only a different site, different setting, but potentially the same result.
Oh. Sentinels, they have 3 in the backside in terms of fast rotation, but even then, Immortals, they can't get control of back sites, but they're still getting the frags back. That's wonderful from Shot Up and Gangsta. Still Dapper putting on more damage, but Immortals wins back the site. Sick! Pretty much beaming through the smoke, beaming through Garage. Gonna be able to get the kill back. Still Shot Up has to hold on, but Zoms isn't long! JC Stanley still gonna be able to get the plants. Right behind sights, JC Stanley, we've seen him in this position before, and he could certainly do it again. 1v2 for the man, and he has more or less an idea of where these last two could be.
Oh, the timing.
The timing. JC Stanley, a massive opportunity, but Sentinels, they shut it down with, again, a very aggressive hold of the C site, because, again, Immortals, they were the ones that really had the first contact on site. They were the ones that ended up crossing kind of that long line right onto site first, so there could have been a little bit of a default plant. The default plant doesn't work. Sentinels, they take the time that really Immortals was taking. Essentially, Immortals was so slow making their way onto the C site. So Sentinels, they have one on the flank. They still have a player in Garage. They have triple coverage in the back of C. And with Immortals taking their time, they had nobody really watching that cross. Sentinels had that one covered, but Immortals, because of how slow they went, couldn't exactly control it out, but they still made it count at the very end of things.
Immortals haven't given up yet. Their money's hurting a little bit. They will have definitely enough for a buy-up right here. It's 5-0. You want to hope that they can get their round started soon. Sentinels. Aggro drone through. We'll concede that first kill, so that is massive from Immortals. Now you're probably going to see it look a lot like in this last round, only with a bit more of an emphasis towards Garage. But what I want to see them do is keep a player in Garage towards the later stages, because that was something Sentinels were able to abuse in last one, and they're doing it again here. Flash through, Sinatra and Sick will both occupy the area, and Immortals, they watch as the gates just might be open for hell to be unleashed. Gangsta with an amazing kill, though, gets it with the Sheriff. And Immortals improved now to a 5 versus 3. Sentinels, for the first time this game, look surprisingly baffled, lost for words, and unsure of what the answer could possibly be to this question that Immortals have posed.
Cool. I think it's just multiple choice. It's just true or false at this point. And Sentinels, they don't choose the right answer in a sense. They don't want to save. They want to keep continuing that push. But again, their economy has been very good throughout this half anyways. So still continuing on that run is not that big of an issue. But let's run down again that take from Immortals. It's a huge difference from what happened in the last round. Sentinels, they wanted to fight up that take immediately. Right as Immortals thought that they had more, I guess you could say, control of that site, you had the guys of Sentinels fighting up the first contact. Instead, now Immortals, they were more ready for it. They took more or less that same route, except with a little bit more coverage, with a little bit more spread. That formation ended up totally working out in their favor. And not only that, but Sentinels didn't have the right bodies towards that site, or the same amount of manpower as they did before. So good from Immortals. They try what works. It's almost tried and true at this point, because they were still really close to winning out the last round. But now going forward, you have Immortals in more or less a default scenario with a focus over towards mid.
They can continue to keep this one slow. Immortals really trying to eke out a pick because they have gotten such forward positions without having to spare utility. And meanwhile, while that exchange over towards B was happening, there was an exchange of a Sova for a Jet. So, you know, white hair players going down, and white hair players, I guess, still remaining. Interesting trade here because Sentinels now don't really have that dart to rely on, and Plant becomes a lot more permissible, as Immortals can't be punished by a crazy shock dart lineup or anything similar to that. Counter smokes will go through as soon as they hear noise from Immortals, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop the inevitable push through. That's a huge kill for Shot to immediately find, but once again, trades are so strong from Sentinels. They keep the man advantage even if it is just by a hair or two. There it is, the spike indeed does get planted, and the punishment for it is going to be lackluster, non-existent. Now Immortals need to find this next kill, which they do. Back evened up here, not mind.
Evened up, shot up on the front lines. Not only that, but the Empress of Darkness is looking to strike, but no, he's getting chased. Wonderfully looked out, though. He barely escapes that scenario with Dapper and Gangsta, the man who was looking over towards Heaven, not even in a crossfire scenario. He ends up helping out his teammates. So there you go, Immortals in what has been their most tense situation yet in terms of a post plant. And this time they end up winning it out. So Sentinels, they're the ones up against the ropes. And Immortals, at least now they have control. We saw this in the first map too. Immortals, they were able to get themselves a couple of rounds back with Sentinels slowly whittling down their economy. That's when Immortals finally ended up exploding. Still a couple of rounds back though, Immortals, but have to face on a buy round next, but they need to maintain themselves clean. They've only just recently started winning and their economy is still building. Let's see what actually happens, though, with Immortals playing this one fairly safe.
Whoa.
Yet another default, but the knives don't end up connecting onto Shut Up, so he's just fine. And the rest of Immortals, they're waiting for Sentinels to really rush towards them.
They can play this time game all they want, Immortals. They have such a good grasp on the fundamentals. It's something I brought up a lot yesterday in their game. Oh, and it seems to still be true right here, too. The communication for Gangsta to peek out in that last round was massive. And this is a pretty, similar approach to how Immortals handled this last round, where they kept Shot Up super aggressive, waiting towards B, if nothing else, to kind of bait out Shazam to just kind of have to hold the line there, force into position. But it finishes up over towards A once more, and Immortals look similarly as good. Against Pistols here, Sentinels don't prove to have the best chance, but once again, the trades from Sinatra and the trades from Sentinel as a whole are just so difficult to play against sometimes. It's unbelievable. But I think once again, Sentinels have managed to almost pull off this upset, at least in this round. They had Stingers to work with, and they might come out on top with Vandals.
Ooh, Shot Up.
Time.
Oh, that wall is going to be huge again. Time for Shot Up as he doesn't even pick up the spike. But again, this is more than lost. Sentinels, they're just delaying so much time as just repositioning away from the back sites. Shot Up has no information at the very end of things, so that is going to be Sentinels back with a round. And again, in Eco of all things, Sully. Ito.
No, it's okay, Tanner. I get your name mixed up.
Okay,
too.
Tanner.
Nah, but that really was such an important round when you look at it, because look how it started. It was a 4v5 in the immediate, but obviously 4v5 for just a moment. Sentinels, I feel like you can always count on them to have very solid trades. It's something that I feel like I consistently need to bring up because it always seems to be ringing true. And around previously that Sentinels put together where there was an execute attempt from Immortals, Sick came around from Garage, was able to exploit it, somehow find a trade beaming through the smoke. It just always seems to be a prophecy that comes true. Immortals down, but most definitely not out in this half. 6-6 is way more possible than I think anyone could truly believe, considering they head into this round with everything that they can muster. You have to keep your heads high. Immortals, they did it on Icebox. Let's see if they can do it on Haven as well. There's actually a push through from a drone. Sick backs off at the last moment. That's such a good move. You can't extend out through. Immortals, they were looking to punish it, but they don't get anything for free.
Yeah, no, still double coverage over towards mid for the Immortals team, but this could be off time.
So good.
But Chemicals does get it onto 6, so there you go. That's at least an opening back, but still barely any information in a sense. But Gangsta, he might have just single-handedly opened up that C site, or if anything, gotten up some noise. Instead, now Immortals, they're still putting onto that A site. And look at this off position. Wait a minute. It's a one-and-done position, of course, but Zoms might only need one. There's nobody else over towards long. He's going to readjust. Shazam is here on the rotation. Of course, the plant will be able to go down, but Zoms is still over towards long. They need at least some sort of coverage, and the two-man advantage for Immortals has evaporated. Oh, no. Wait. Chemicals. Chemicals. He's about to flank on both players. Gonna be able to get one. Make it 2. Massive for Chemicals. But Zoms, the man who was in the one and done, he's not exactly done just yet. Making his way up long. Chemicals trying to get the frag, but a headshot onto him. That's massive for the damage. That's massive for the round, especially if Zoms can get this last one. But there you go. Immortals, right after their economy might have just been ticked down, in a little bit of a miracle from Sentinels. Immortals takes one back, and they want to maintain things even.
This is why you can never count Immortals out as well. It's a lesson that I've started to learn with this new roster. Mental resilience is something that we talked about Sentinels having down pat on Icebox, but Immortals are now kind of showing them up. Sentinels, they will scrap together another buy here, but the Knives play, Chemicals, was undeniably huge there. Can you believe this man previously played Sentinels? Well, the actual role, not the team. Like, he has transitioned so well over to Jet, where he looks right at home. Massive Blade Storm will eventually allow Immortals to storm and take a site, take the round, and move up to 3. At 6-6, again, doesn't seem unreasonable at this point, but Sentinels have now adjusted their setup. They've kept Zoms all the way out, lurked towards A long, and they have entrusted him to hold down the site solo. And Immortals will once again spread out their wings, play this default. They have absolutely zero reason not to. It has been probably their best bet so far to find the 3 rounds that they've gotten in their favor, and it might once again work out.
Still double coverage of the A site this time. Yeah. It isn't stricken out by at least a fat rotation early on, but there you go. It is going to be actually a double for Sick. Oh my! This time Chemicals takes one back, but Sinatra with a Hunter's Fury early on takes down Chemicals, and now Immortals. Barely any space to make their way through, and not only that, but shut up, getting ticked down. 30 seconds left. These players, the best thing that they can do is essentially just back on away. There's a player up in short that's about to get the peek, and Sick, what a round! The off angle and long, it ends up leading to a 3K for him already, but there's still one more for him to aim onto. Make it a 4th for Sick. Sentinels now. They put themselves a little bit more in the driver's seat. As Immortals, they can't seem to really get any wiggle room. No cushion.
Just an eco one by Sentinels has to sting so much after that lovely one that you just pulled off, poached earlier. Immortals, once again, go back to the doom and gloom. Do they have a buy together? Yes, they do, but they do have to take a couple of hits. Nature with half armor, and JC Stanley instead going for the Stinger full armor. Again, it's a gamble that they're taking here. Impress me once, do it again. That's the start you want, and the start that you absolutely need. Zoms is not nearly going to have the space or positioning to try to at least relay some information to his team. At least the Shazam makes up for it, though, beaming one through the smoke. But we have ourselves another really weird situation here where it's going to be a 4v4 post plant. So much utility still in play.
So much utility, but even then, Immortals, they have the positions right for it. There you go. Double dink onto Shazam, but there's still an explosion out from Dapper and Sinatra. Chemicals is there, though, with a double. Now in comes Sinatra just jumping on in. Oh, my. Both Chemicals and Sinatra, they end up getting completely thrown off by each other. But Chemicals, what a finish to the round. I mean, he's the new blood, right? Coming into this squad, he needed to absolutely explode to really open some eyes. And with a 13 kill performance thus far in this game, and not only that, but with rounds like that, this guy is absolutely stellar. Still 16 on the other side for Sick, Gangsta on top of 13 at the moment. And Immortals, with rounds like those, you can trust that this team can still knock Sentinels down a peg going into the defensive half.
Final round of the half here. And I think while an ultimate orb won't make the difference between immediately getting an ultimate orb or not, but the ultimate orb plus a kill suddenly have a little bit more tools to play with for this final one. Immortals, there it is, fighting for it. Oh, never mind, I was actually only 1 point away for Chemicals. Insane past couple of rounds this man has had. Another quick play, this time towards C, is going to be the setting, or is it? They're backing off. Playing Sentinels once again like a fiddle. Rotations will be tossed into a state of chaos. What is Immortals' next move here? Because while they do have this Blade Storm to play with, what else do they exactly have that immediately will be useful for them? Dark covers, obviously, are the ones that you want to point out, but you have to imagine the counterplay from someone like Shazam is going to be big. Previously on Icebox, he moved right past a smoke that went down. He went ahead and made that round for himself. Re-exec C, I suppose it's going to be up mind.
Oh, absolutely. And looks like Sentinels, they're ready for it in terms of manpower. And Sick, more importantly, that's a 3K farm. Making up fourth. One more remaining along. Sick can get the ice, but Gangsta, such a sticky scenario, and he is not done yet. Okay, even the shock dart's not going to take him down. 14 HP left on Gangsta. He has the classic out. Everyone else is jumping. Sentinels, again, the way that they played that round, super patient to what would be the Immortals contact. It ended up coming down to what would be Immortals. They ended up contemplating the double back. They abandoned the long area. Sentinels, they get a little bit more comfortable, and that could have actually led them to kind of rotate around a little bit more. But instead, they maintained the players on site. And of course, one of the most pivotal players in this game and in this tournament overall thus far, Sick, pops off once again, 4 kills under his belt. And by the time the half ends, he has a 20 bomb.
Jeez. Well-deserved 20 bomb at that. Sentinels will go up 8-4, doubling the point stat of which Immortals have in their favor. And not only is it just 20 kills, but it's the fashion in which he's gotten some of those kills. Massive multi-frag rounds. Hold down a site individually. That round right there is just one of apparently many examples. But now having to move on to offense here, it's not the best half Immortals could have posted, but once again, this is their map pick. Surely they have something spicy planned, even if it didn't go their way in the first part. All quiet for now. Immortals, very passive positions opted up here as they've gambled majority of their players over towards A. They'll take a hit and play again. Retake, mostly on every site that isn't called A.
Oh, watch out. Shot up, though, might just get flanked on, and indeed he does. Dapper gets the kill, and, well, now Immortals with 3 players left now for this retake. It's definitely quite difficult because you still have that camera up getting all that information. If I'm not mistaken, they still ended up spotting out 2 players in that backlines, if not all 3. And indeed, I mean, even the Jet, who is staying around alongside, even Shazam, he's going to go back all the way over towards Garage. That's all that info being covered up. Even the Recon Dart is going to ping them once again. But in goes the take. Chemicals wants to push things out. Gangsta now in a 1v3. He ends up getting the 2 kills. So Gangsta going big for a second there. But even then, Sentinels maintaining 2 players alive at the end of things. And again, just the information battle and a little bit scattered of a take over on to C. It made things worth it for them. They win out the pistol round and they find themselves with the SMGs as Immortals. They want to find some sort of way back into this half, but they're certainly not going to start things off here with the firepower.
In this round previously, or in this time previously, I think Sentinels forced up second round. I know we were talking about Icebox, but for this one, they're sticking with the pistols all the way across. So a third round big buy is more than likely what we're going to be looking at here. In fact, almost entirely likely, unless this shorty can prove to be lethal. Good smoke too to try to help Chemicals get out, but it's such a just well-placed molly where there's just no option to get out for free.
Nature!
What the hell, Nature?
There you go!
A freak of nature, dude!
Absolutely!
How can you just do that?
I mean, you gotta be joking me with that one. So Nature, again, he ends up catching one player who is still checking his angles. And not only that, but the double right clicks work on his favor. Kingston now with another one. Still around the corner. Shazam has a whole lot of HP. Nature has to back on out. He has full control of the spike. 50 seconds left. More than enough time for Shazam to really reapproach this one. But Nature, again, like I mentioned before, this impact fragger, this new blood, this absolute legend could definitely pull it off. Spots a pixel right below the smoke, but now the spike will be able to get taken off that cage from Nature. And no rotation either. Shazam is gonna go for this, but it's not planted for him. Not planted for Nature, at least.
Oh, they're gonna fight long? Oh no, he's doubling back.
Nature was gonna fight up long, still thinking about it. Again, Shazam, one bullet will do it. A gust of wind will do it. And Nature is gonna get taken down, but great stuff from Nature, still holding up that front line. And we get back to that same exact position from the first half, Ito, where the second round conversion isn't exactly what it seemed to be for Sentinels. Everyone on this team ends up going down except for Shazam. It ends up coming down to a reinvestment now in this round, and their economy is getting whittled down. Immortals, they now have a massive chance to get some rounds back into this game.
It's absolutely just that. Immortals, for a round that was in a 3v5 almost immediately, somehow just summoned a bolt of lightning to strike Sentinels down with a couple of players. I don't know. Again, some freak Nature incident. I can't even understand how his classic does that and mine doesn't. But Sentinels realize what they're going to be up against here. Sure, they're both even on rifles, but that means that they're just going to try to push in immediately, fight blood for blood, fire with fire, and try to get it done right here. You don't want to have this be as even as you can, but once again, Immortals show up with the theatrics as they pull off 4 kills in the matter of seconds.
There you go.
5 to finish it up. Immortals, they move on to 5. And despite Sentinels trying to change the pace, Immortals, they just shut them up and move to just about half of what Sentinels have.
I think it's exactly half, Ito. I know I wasn't the best at math, but 10-5, that seems like half to me. Sentinels.
Good algebra.
Sentinels now. I mean, they have a stellar lead, to say the least, but Immortals, this is what they've been building towards really this entire game. Still tagging on really these close rounds again and again, but it's really Sentinels that keep charging back at them in terms of the round streaks. Now it's Immortals that finally have Sentinels up against the ropes in terms of economy, but they need to absolutely execute. They need to maintain this healthy. It's almost exactly the same mentality that you need to have from the last round if you're Immortals. Because Sentinels now, I mean, they're the ones on the pistols. They're the ones that can do the economic damage. Now let's see what can happen now. Shazam still on the front lines. Could get taken down before the spike goes down, but no, it doesn't. Instead, now Chemicals on the front lines. Has control of sight. Sentinels, they're all abandoned over towards mid. That Hunter's Fury doesn't do all too much, but instead now it's Sick on the front lines trying to hold things out, and that's going to be the defuse. Chemicals gets the kill onto Sinatra, and now it's just exit frags. Indeed it is. Sinatra, Zoms, Dapper, they're all getting kills. So that one just turned awry really at the very end of things. Immortals, instead of being absolutely flawless, within 5 seconds of the round ending, Sentinels actually turns this very possible for themselves. Immortals, look at their economy. It's not too great between Shut Up, Nature, and JC Stanny.
It doesn't really mean all too much for this round particularly, but if Sentinels win this, I mean, does it? They still have money in... Oh,
it means a lot. Because, well, first of all, Sentinels, they're the ones that need to win. Absolutely. Because they're about to get reset too.
I mean, more so, I guess, on the buy reflected, but yeah, the ramifications of it are undeniable. At least both teams have a healthy buy. I suppose that's what it really comes down to. But yeah, I mean, a pivotal round, something we've said previously, and something I'm going to say again, because that is a pivotal frag. It puts it right square in front of Immortals. Sentinels are saying, come and get it.
6 still. So 2 of his teammates trying to perch up on that A site again. It's actually a 3-man crossfire of the site. Sick would have to hard clear right side, and indeed he does, but JC Stanny gonna be able to get the kill.
Huge.
Again, that's massive for Immortals. So not only do they have the 2-man advantage, but now Spike is all theirs. The rotations are going to start to come in back over towards from the B site and the C sites with just about 30 seconds left. There's not much that Sentinels can really pull, but they certainly tried. Dapper emerges from the short area, and he goes down. Sinatra and Long could have been able to get the kill onto Shot Up, but Shot Up wins the aim battle instead. Now Zombs now in a 1v5, and Nature gets it. Flawless run for Immortals. If I said before that the economic damage could certainly come in now for the long run, well, they maintained it flawless. Everyone maintains the rifles. Sentinels, well, it's down to the SMGs. This is essentially a bonus round for the boys of Immortals.
Yeah, and this is where it really reflects badly. Sentinels in such a tough position right now. They don't have even any more ultimates to make things more palatable. Even if they were put in a great situation, I mean, they're going to have to hope to get it done with Stingers. Immortals, now they're looking just to pad their economy a bit more. Keep this one as clean as you possibly can. Don't take any unnecessary fights, which is something that Immortals, mind you, are very, very good at. There's been a couple of scary instances where Chemicals has pushed into smokes, but he has done it with such poise, and it's so calculated, and he was almost thinking about doing it again. Actually, it was JC Stanny who was thinking about doing it again, but just layers upon layers of executes and frags. Immortals stay strong in this round. Sentinels on the back foot.
Sentinels on the back foot. Zombs still certainly getting a whole lot of damage over towards the mid side. Zombs, if he certainly wanted to, could get a little bit of a spam, and indeed he does, but it's a little bit off put. Instead, it's going to be Gangsta at the end with a kill onto Zombs. Only 2 frags going back for Sentinels. And again, that approach from Sentinels, it was, again, yet another one of those gambles that you usually see in those eco rounds anyways, where they just try to put all of their effort over towards one spot. Still tried to spread around a little bit for some off-angle kills, and it certainly did work to an extent. But now Immortals, they have to face on what would be their hardest challenge yet, with Sentinels really trying to get them their way back into this game with the rifles. And really early on, Immortals, they were about to do a little bit more of a stack over towards the B/C area, but instead it's actually going to be split util coming in from the Cypher.
Interesting split, but they're covering all their bases here. They don't want B to be threatened early, so a tripwire there will at least give them some information if it does get eventually overtaken. Just a couple of seconds can make all the difference. Immortals have definitely shown how to hold down B. Just, again, player after player flooding in, seemingly finding, if only one kill for their trouble. It's a numbers game that Immortals can play.
Yeah.
Sentinels have to respect it, and they have to respect this space that Immortals have fought for really hard. Chemicals, he was holding down the line with the operator over towards A-Long. He won't get any action for now. It's going to be Shot Up who sees a majority of the action, but he'll back up. Again, no unnecessary fights necessary. Sentinels, I mean, for now at least, they get a lot of free map control. This is about the time where Immortals start to strike.
Oh, JC Stanny getting banged out by the shock darts, but even then, there's still attention for Immortals for the retake back. There you go, Shot Up off the Empress. Gonna be able to get 2, make it 3. Oh. No, Sick gets it back. Still looking over towards the smoke. Chemicals with the updraft gets 1. No, it's Zombs. Oh, there you go. Zombs, after Immortals, gets on an absolute streak of rounds, goes for a wide swing, and catches both players totally off guard. Chemicals tried his hardest. Same thing with their teammate, just running out, still just trying to gun their way back on site. They had a man disadvantage, then turned it into an advantage. But at this point, Sentinels, they still have a chance to just close out this game. Immortal still has the economy to counteract, though.
They'll piece together another full Vandal buy, but this is the pinnacle of gun rounds right here. How important this is. Sentinels quite obviously want to try to fight, get match point right here before it gets any bit more scary, any bit more dicey for them. This initial frag could really decide everything. Chemicals is playing with fire here, playing with dangerous chemicals if you would, but it's a fight. He feels at least somewhat justified in taking. He goes down to very low HP, and that will prompt Sick to push in with his run it back. Gets 1 kill, and that is going to be the finish on the Chemicals. And there it is, appearing in the kill feed over and over. It will be Sentinels. There is a bit of a strike back from Shot Up, who gets 2. The round's not done yet. Immortals still have some fight in them yet.
Gangsta needed that shock dart. At least an opportunity for at least a little bit of damage through that smoke, but now it's a little bit tighter because Sick now has a very optimal angle off of a crossfire too in hell. Not only that, but there's a player just focused up on heaven. Dapper waiting up for a dart, but instead it is going to be Gangsta that comes out. And that's the round. Sentinels now have map point here on Haven because, I mean, man, Immortals, I mean, that was really their first real streak of rounds thus far in this game, and they really made it count. Sentinels, they needed quite the clutch to make their way back, but now they look quite organized because that A take was as swift as you can get.
It absolutely was. The run it back was used at the perfect time to really force Chemicals into basically an unwinnable situation. He dashed out there. That was a safe move, but they eked him out, and then they took out his escape route too, excuse me. And then just a flurry of smokes just to make things more difficult for everybody who wanted to at least have some sort of semblance of hope to trade him through. Immortals definitely down, but not out. They'll piece together everything they can here, and a very aggressive camera is actually really unique from nature. I don't feel like I've seen this one for a while, but it is good. It does spot out and get the dart onto one. And how do Sentinels respond to this? They still group up. Is this going to be another quick plant for them? It doesn't seem like it. They realize that, hey, this is usually the cue for Immortals to start pushing through, and this is usually when they find a couple of free frags. So they'll bring it towards C, and this will be a lot more of a palatable situation for them, because they only allow Gangsta to find one, and they're able to take fights at their own volition. Maybe JC Stanny has something to say about it up mind.
Oh, certainly so. Still up on the front lines. It's actually going to be Nature with that first, or at least with that first drop. Now 3-on-2 for Sentinels. They turn a man disadvantage to an advantage, but now in comes Shot Up with a frag. He's going to be able to dismiss, but Sinatra gets the kill back. Make it a third for Sinatra. So there you go. Immortals with a tall task and really catching up some steam. Sentinels, they shut them down in the end, and they make this set 1-1. We got a map 3.
Well deserved as well from Sentinels. Really great mental fortitude there. And, you know, Immortals gave it a really great shot. They had at least a lot of the right decisions. I love the way that they hold B, quite honestly. And even that unique approach that they tried in the last round as well, you can tell they kind of already conditioned Sentinels into being afraid of executing B, because they knew, you know, with smoke there's fire. And every single time that there's at least one person present at B, the rotates quickly come flooding in to deny a plan. But at the end of the day, each team steal each other's map pick. And so it will crumble down onto map number 3 here, and I can't think of it anything else but a possible banger. Icebox delivered, Haven definitely delivered in a number of rounds. You can only imagine what map number 3 is going to bring.
Oh, I'm so ready. Map number 3, at least at this point, Ascent, these two teams have a whole lot of experience on it. But on Haven, again, I gotta go back to it. Immortals, they had a 90% win rate going into this map, and that had just been shut down by Sentinels. But I mean, Sentinels too, that is one of their main maps to play, and really seeing both of these teams take away each other's map picks in such close fashion. Well, I'm ready for a map 3. You guys should be too. Ladies and gentlemen, map 3, Ascent, will be live in just a few moments between Immortals and Sentinels to close out the semifinals here of Valorant Challengers number 1. We'll be right back.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
Need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
Welcome on back in, folks, to the Valorant Challengers #1 Open Qualifiers. My name is Upmine, joined here by Itzo, and we finally have a map #3 here on the mainstream. And of course, this game had to go the distance. Immortals and Sentinels. Sentinels, they've been trying out a whole lot of new different things for their lineup, but still maintaining that same pace that we expect them to have. Immortals coming into this tournament with essentially a brand new lineup with quite a bit of that core, still fragging out the way that we used to expect them to do. So at this point, going over towards Ascent, a map that Immortals has played 4 times and is not lost on. I think it's time for Sentinels to really show up and really prove their dominance, or at least that's what we would expect. They've already taken an L on this map already in this tournament, so I'm still looking at this at both ways.
It can't go either way, and that's the magic of map #3 is that we've gotten the map picks out of the way. It just kind of comes down to, of the remaining maps available, you know, what they're most comfortable with. And Sentinels, like you said, they kind of took an L on this a little bit earlier, but it was in the round of 32, I believe it was. Let me see. Yes, round of 32 against Serenity, which was actually incredibly close game. People were freaking out, like, are Serenity actually going to beat them? But also kind of important to keep in mind that Zomps was running Brimstone, which is not like a necessarily throw pick or anything like that, but it's not usually what they run on Ascent as well. So, you know, it was a little bit of experimenting for them. Now I feel like they definitely have a lot more room to experiment, but we're probably going to be seeing that Omen again.
And I'm ready for it. At least in the last map, folks, we saw Sentinels come out to an absolute banger of a start, but it was Immortals that really made the second half possible.
This is true, yeah. I mean, absolutely lethal in that second half. Immortals made it a lot less scary than I think it originally looked after that first half, but you have to respect it. 13-9 for either team on the respective map picks. Really, honestly, at this point, the only question I have is what kind of compositions that we're seeing, because it's just, now it's the time to do it. These are seeding games when it all comes down to it. So I'm hoping to see another Brimstone in play, even if it didn't do exactly phenomenally when they played against Serenity earlier. But explore. I mean, I don't know. It just feels like the prime time to do it, you know?
Right. I mean, certainly so, especially after they've gotten the elimination games done and dusted. But usually we're going to be seeing that Omen in that position, so that's the one that they've been perfect on thus far, and that's actually the one that we've seen Sentinels really play more out throughout this tournament, because yeah, they've played Ascent more. They've actually played 2 more times other than that one game against Serenity, and they ended up winning out both in fairly easy fashion. And of course, we have the Immortals on the other side that, again, they just haven't won Ascent every time, but they've won them by a very overwhelming margin every time. So still, we're seeing a team now in terms of Immortals that they might actually consider this a secondary map pick. I'm very much excited to see what Immortals really pulls out against Sentinels, because Sentinels, I don't think they're really going to curveball us really with the picks. I still think that they want to maintain things fairly back to basics, back to what they're used to in terms of their comp. And really, with Immortals starting off on the defense, it's actually the side that they have the least stats on, but listen to this, it's 71.9% of win rate that they have on Ascent on the defensive side, but for the attacking side, they have a 76.3 power over on the attacking side. So I don't know what to tell you. This Immortals team, on really both sides statistically, they absolutely dominate here on Ascent, and they're looking to do exactly that in this game against Sentinels to really send a message.
I mean, Immortals, new kids on the block with these new players added, but they have been nothing short of impressive. They did it yesterday, and they did it on Icebox. Yes, Haven was a little bit more muted for them, but we saw some great glimpses. It's like you said when we opened up this game, is, you know, anything can happen.
Right.
And really, it's an open book. I'm just waiting to see who's going to write it. I think that's pretty much all the predictions that we can make preemptively. But once again, take a gander at the roster. And is there any, players in particular? I know we've given love to Chemicals and that we've given love to Sick, but anybody else who's been really impressive for you?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, Shazam, first of all.
Shut up.
Shazam has been absolutely nuts thus far, but when we really look at really the wider scope of things, of course you have to give it to Sick, who's had, if I'm not mistaken, I think over 40 kills thus far in this game. Yeah, no, just about 40 kills. Shazam on 35 thus far. Gangsta has been an absolute legend. 39 kills for him, and he again is on the Silva. He's been very oppressive in a sense in terms of that util usage in his ultimates. It seems almost every time that he does have that Hunter's Fury, he kind of aims it in a little bit of a random position and just kind of closes his eyes and just goes off, and it just works out. He's still very much a very pivotal part of this team, but that's alongside Shot Up. Shot Up has almost exactly the exact same score line as our boy of Sick. He also has 40 kills on this set thus far. So if anything, both of these teams, they have their incredible solo fraggers. Chemicals in the last map was really the person that ended up really coming out in terms of those highlight plays. But for Sentinels, at least, I'm going to be looking out to really Sinatra to really try to step up to the plate, because again, his little comp that he has in between Duelist and Sova, that could really come out to play on this map specifically, because him and Sick are such a great duo that's really almost counteractable or really just interchangeable who wants to play it at what point. But even then, I'm still looking forward to what would be great individual frags on this map specifically, because that's almost literally what Ascent is known for. They're known for isolating interaction. They're known for the hard 1v1s and incredible entry duels. So I see Immortals really starting to heat up more and more in terms of the individual frags, but Sentinels, they still have that power too. Let's not forget it.
Be versatile.
Be versatile.
I mean, really,
gotta be
that's
interchangeable.
Really, all what it comes down to. They are incredibly versatile. It's something I've just been saying time and time again. Sick has played 6 agents now at an incredibly high level, and I mean, looking at the stats here while you're going on that tangent, well-deserved tangent at that. I mean, Sentinels have a lot of tape and have played this map a number of times just in this qualifier alone, most recently against Built by Gamers, which I didn't actually see, but it was a 13-10, and I would imagine it's pretty good because BBG, I think, have been on an upwards trajectory as well. It ended up being a 2-0 series in their favor. I mean, it's more so the fact that I think we just have a lot of video of how Sentinels play their Ascent, but Immortals are undoubtedly kind of a question mark here, but they have just been so phenomenal. I don't know if you can say anything other than they've been impressing me so far, and you can only hope for it to continue in that fashion.
I mean, surely. I think at least going into this one with actually the boys of Sentinels actually having a more successful attacking side in the past, you can kind of attribute that to really how much time they've been able to really gather up this lineup and actually being able to, I guess in a sense, develop their map pool to a very specific manner. You've been seeing a lot less of Bind, as that is starting to become a little bit more of a insta-ban for them. And if we're being completely honest, Sentinels, they haven't played too many tournaments. Yes, they played the First Strikes, and that was eventually the big one for all of these tier 1 teams. But it really hasn't been enough for us to really get too much of a showcase of what they're recently all about. So whatever changes that they have, whatever really, in terms of what we haven't seen from the demos, whatever interchangeability that they have in between their players, I feel as if that's really going to come out either today or tomorrow if they end up making it through. But that's almost the exact same thing with the boys of Immortals. With this being such a new lineup, it's almost like they're creating synergy, they're creating new chemistry as we go, new tactics in a sense. So as they demo review every night after the match days are over, they realize their mistakes. They're still changing things out. They're still testing new things, especially with players still getting very much comfortable. I'm very much ready to see the boys of Immortals still trying to switch up their composition here on Ascent, although they've kept it relatively normal in between not only what we have now in terms of their new iteration, but also before. We haven't seen too many changes, but that agent select is really going to tell it all. But in terms of just the overall scope of things for this game, I thought the last one would be heavily even in terms of scoreline. But this one, to me, has to be one where these two teams are very much on equal footing. If not, Immortals might have a little bit of an edge because of their past. Looking down at least the agent comp, and we do have a little bit of a breach going down, and Immortals still maintaining about the same.
I mean, this is not unexpected on either side, this comp setup. The breach is a staple for Sentinels. I think they run it almost every single time. It's a great map for him. So many great fault line angles. The pressure that you can provide with that aftershock, I think, in of itself makes it a viable pick over towards being those Radianite boxes. I mean, he really, really can shine. I think also post plants.
It's a very versatile character, and I mean, really the one question that we had going into this game was between the Brim and the Omen. So kind of good to see at least that kind of be scrapped away for now, that entire idea that, especially with the earlier game against Serenity, no more shocks, no more surprises. But yeah, this one could definitely be affected in a sense by how tight some of these sites can be and how much control that Breaches can take that early on.
Well, I mean, it all comes down to the deciding map here. When you look at it, zoom out a little bit, you can just think about, maybe it's, again, not the biggest game in the world, but Immortals have already done it so far, have already impressed me. I want to see if they can continue on map number 3 for this seeding game. Who goes to the grand finals? Immortals come out swinging with 2 kills to start us out on Ascent. And how do Sentinels respond? With a quick A take. So Immortals now will be a little bit on the back foot after losing this frag in particular. But JC Stanny won't let anything slip by for free. That's a bomb carrier situated, and they'll have to pick it up, get that spike down, but it's going to be a lot more threatened now. The Immortals look to take number 1.
Yeah, no, good take. At least from Immortals over towards mid. Again, it's just a shot in the dark. It's just a Hail Mary. And again, they succeeded at least in getting their early frags. And just like that, it's Chemicals. He opened up the round with the frags in top, and not only that, but he continues his warpath on the A side. That's going to be Immortals with a slick pistol round win.
Beautiful way to start things out here. Sentinels, it was a nice call and response what they tried. It was really, I think, the interesting thing to keep your eye on there is, yeah, look at, you can see how they really try to contest top mid early, but it's a fight that they're really hoping went their way, and the fact that it didn't, I mean, this is kind of the natural result. They have to try to make some sort of reactive play work, and it was a stack towards A. It's beautifully counterplayed by Immortals. That is, once again, I think the fundamentals that are proving true to them. Very active, and it's the perfect way to start out. Perfect recipe for success, if you would.
Oh, and Immortals, they're cooking at this point, but Sentinels still messing around with a little bit of split, although, again, their economy is a little bit oh my god, although it is a little bit ineffective, ultimately, if they do get into these tight battles that Immortals are wanting to take. But in we go. Sinatra actually with a classic, able to combine with his teammates to take down JC Stanny, but Gangsta with a hit and run snags one back. So now with a 4-on-4, and Zom still on the lurk at least, there's still a little bit of a chance to create some space, but he ends up getting spotted out. So still Sentinels, no contact, no control just yet, but this A site might be their best option. There's barely any util, and this one contact in Cat could really open things out if they can win it over Chemicals.
Quiet for now. Chemicals, is he one to give up a frag like that? He's already put up his Blade Storm, and then some as well. Kind of overdoing it if you want a Blade Storm to play with your Chemicals. He's
still going
himself, dude.
30 seconds left.
He's still going. This man is at least bloodthirsty. He's looking to stat pad. I mean, he saw us talking about players with 40 bombs and whatnot. He wants to be a part of that club, to say the least. He starts off the game with an absolute banger, almost reaching double digits, and we're only 2 rounds in. Huge stat pad in a sense for Chemicals, but is it really that big in the long-term sense? No, not that much. Sentinels, they do have the rifles back, but Immortals, certainly a whole lot more confident.
Those morality plays, the things that boost your ego, that I think is going to be really important. Chemicals, again, this man started out as mainly a Cypher player when he was on SOR, but he really does feel so comfortable on Jet. Utilizing the kit right there, it was just some nice sharp shooting, and well, kind of like I mentioned previously, knives brought out for round number 3, so it is a bonus, as we've said previously, but they have a little bit more spice added in. Great counter flash from Sentinels will retake that A main control, so Sinatra stays clean. And right now, Immortals, their next move here is going to be not trying to give up an inch further if they can. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect maybe a counter smoke deeper into A main to try to retake a bit more control of it. But it's a deep smoke towards A main, if nothing else. Interesting position Immortals find themselves in right now, because I don't think they go for a flash and dash. They need to eke out a pick here. It's so important.
No, absolutely. Especially with the heavy cat control. I think if Sentinels snag one back, it will be massive. Same thing with Immortals. This is a round-defining battle. And JC Stanny at least is going to win the next one out. Chemicals on his own.
Amazing.
Gets another one. So there you go. Like I said, round-defining is now Immortals. They have more control. And Sentinels, they start to get desperate and hold their way forward. Still Dapper remaining in a 1v3. This man, again, has been an absolute legend for Sentinels in the past in terms of clutches. And he could do it again. You know, only has really one angle to watch after this one. Nature misses on the spray, but pulls out the frenzy. The sidearm gets it. Ito, that was the bonus, and now Immortals, they're rolling in cash and rolling in rounds.
Absolutely amazing, the conditioning there from Immortals. Threatening A main constantly, had a crossfire ready if Sentinels tried to make that into a burst or straight up execute, excuse me. But they had their bases covered because as soon as it was a little bit more abandoned, they kept Chemicals to watch over as, you know, the kind of guardian of A main, if you would. And then they moved a majority of their players to help out towards Catwalk. It was a great contact play from there, and it works out perfectly. Another round in their favor, and like you said, it's the bonus. They're going to have a very healthy buy, and Chemicals can start working on yet another Blade Storm, already having one down.
Take flight.
Enemy drone over.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, the tag. Does he Hunter's Fury this? I don't think he does.
Yeah,
oh my god, he does. That's actually going to be
really
huge.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's really no other point to that owl drone, especially with it being so situational in a sense, other than to get it down for a Hunter's Fury. So there you go. Massive contact in terms of information, but Sentinels, they still have players around to try to help out off the take. And there you go. Shazam starts things off with a kill onto Chemicals, just beaming through the smoke. Still Immortals has one in the back lines. Nature has to hold things down essentially on his lonesome, but never mind. Immortals, they have stairs control, and now Dapper is down to a 1v2 once again. And this time, he has the full positional control and time on his hands. He's out of there.
But you have to remember, only Stinger in his grasp right now. Sure, he'll have the entire site to himself, but he still needs to try to continue to innovate after he gets this one planted. Nature is bleeding internally, low on HP, only 8 to his name. So that makes it a lot more comfortable for the Stinger. But as the spike gets planted, Dapper will probably now remain in his camera position. He has a nice amount of HP, where he can probably, if nothing else, try to, I don't know, optimize his position, but surely Immortals trade themselves out here. Well, they even spot the camera as well. This is going to be huge for Dapper. Got to be huge.
Oh, absolutely. That's very much a one-and-done angle, but still so much space to actually work with. I mean, it's almost impossible that anyone would check this, but Immortals, they're still saying very wary! Oh, there you go! Dapper gets the peek on in time. Nobody's watching out for him. He uses the element of surprise to give Sentinels a round back. And again, I mentioned the Hail Mary factor to this team. They invest so much into it. And Dapper, 2 attempts at a clutch. He succeeds the second time. And this time, Sentinels, they have a way back into this game.
Such a cheeky angle that he was playing. Immortals, I think they played that safely. They grouped up and, again, were playing for the trade. They allowed Nature to make contact first because he was the low player. But it's just the sheer audacity for Daps to hold that angle is so... It's wild, quite honestly. Did I say Daps? I meant Dapper. We'll start with Daps. But... wow, that was really big from Sentinels, but that doesn't mean Immortals, again, are going to try to give up for this round. They still have another buy in them, plus the frag to their name. Only a couple of seconds into this mess, Immortals are right back into it.
And again, not much space being made by the boys of Sentinels either. But there you go. Right as I say that, they try to make their way out towards the A main area. And Shazam wins out his battle against Gangsta. And Dapper all alone takes down Chemicals. Huge now. The Sentinels, I mean, they essentially bide their time. They play patient to try to get a couple of frags. And indeed they do. And those are the openings. JC Stanny down to 7 HP. He was already down to 40, but... a couple of wall bangs restricts him even further. He's on the save already, and I wouldn't be surprised if Immortals purely tries to go for a couple of exits here. Is now shot up if he actually commits to this, he could potentially have eyes on the cross.
I think at this point, yes, they do enjoy maybe a save or two and enjoy a bit of a healthier economy for this next round. It's a 3v4, so it's not going to be the flashy way out, but it definitely is the safest. Immortals, they concede that one for now, but considering how many players they keep alive at the end of it, I think a rebuy is not only expected, but really it's just the right move to do here. Players can drop a Bulldog if they feel like it. Chemicals doesn't quite have another Blade Storm available. Maybe a fight for the ultimate orb would be worth their trouble. Or not. They have Vandals in play. Who cares about that? Gangsta, I think, will take a small hit, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
Immortals, it's that old dynamic in a sense with ecos and force buys where, again, you don't have too many options. Best thing that you can do is just trying to force up to the best of your ability, whether that means sacrificing util for firepower and vice versa. So at this point, Sentinels, they're actually starting to stay a little bit more quiet in this round, a little bit more isolated, more defaulty here, Itzel, because, I mean, Immortals at this point, they saw the economy. They know what their economy is at. They are the ones that really want to get desperate and really want to force out the situation. So if anything, Sentinels is playing this one out just right at the right pace, where Immortals, I mean, they haven't really been playing all that aggressive. So again, that may just be the conditioning in a sense, but Sentinels, they're certainly holding back just in case one of those players goes for a cheeky peek. And indeed, we do see one over towards mid, shot up. There was one person watching over towards top mid, but again, nothing of the sorts, as Immortals actually, they're just going for a gamble rotate back over towards A, or at least some of the players have abandoned control, and there's only one player on site for them to clear out. And Chemicals is actually here to try to help out. One up close, it's going to be Sinatra. Gangsta now with a Hunter Sphere going to try to help out. Nature still in the back of sight, like I mentioned before. What is Sinatra doing? Still going out forward, right into the rotating hands of Immortals, but that's big from Sick. One last person remaining. It is Gangsta, who ended up getting himself a frag with that Hunter's Fury, and he's the lone man with a stinger. He has a mission, though. Immortals. It would be a massive win for the team going forward, but Gangsta now knows that there's one at least up close. That shock dart not exactly going to connect all that deep, but he's still going to have to clear out that angle. Spike ticking down little by little. And no bullets. He's surely biding his time for a player that just has to get a 1v2 over with, but Sick has the angle anyways. Gonna be 3 kills for him, and there you go. Sentinels, they've tied up the game 3-3, and now Immortals, they have to think a little bit more economically sound. The last one, they still had more of a bonus, so they're still going to be able to buy up, but Sentinels, they're finally looking good in terms of their takes.
Patience is a virtue, and it was so noticeable in that round from Sentinels. Again, it's something you kind of mentioned during the mid-round lull of that one, is that I like that little bear that they show off. But they really are playing a bit more passive, very comfortable with maybe allowing some of the fights to be initiated by Immortals. Sentinels eventually obviously collapse it into a round of their own, but also very patient in that 2v1, not even trying to bother with an ego peek because they've been stung, hurt so many times. Exchange of utility over towards A main for good measure, and this is a pretty, I mean, it's different structurally, but it's the same intent once again from Sentinels. Defaulting out. No reason to try to change or really make things all too unique.
Right.
The fights will inevitably come to them. Immortals, they're getting a little bit antsy. But Shot Up has the discipline to not try to take this super aggressive peek, and apparently if he does, it's going to be cool and calculated, and he'll get out without any further hitches. That is a great start for Immortals. No way he goes for seconds.
No
he goes
way.
for seconds!
There you go. Shot Up opening up the round. And again, quite late fashion in a sense. Still 40 seconds left in the round. Most of the players left for Sentinel still over towards the A side, but they don't even have Spike. Chemicals go open this up all by himself once again. This Jet on Chemicals has been so clean thus far, and he's going for it again, throwing out a couple of knives, but Shut Up is there for the trade back, and Chemicals doesn't even go down for his troubles. Instead, now it's going to be Immortals off of Shut Up's beautiful individual and slow and patient play in mid to really open things up. Not only that, but now Ito, Sentinels. The fact that you talked about conditioning from Immortals. Now it's conditioning from Sentinels. How they've been really grinding out the clock to the very last second, almost every single round. This time, Immortals, they don't give up any of their sites. They don't stack up anything. Instead, they maintain the same default setup that they did at the very beginning of the round. That's well done in terms of patience from Immortals. And now, they still have a chance to extend their lead, something that, again, they unfortunately lost earlier on. Shut Up goes for it again, but Shazam with a good frag back still checks Cat, and no peeks out for it. Immortals now down a man.
They were expecting the trade there, and, well played by Sentinels. That smoke actually blocks off any, again, early trade attempt. So now the positions, the defaults, have to be slightly swapped up here. Neural Theft will be used to locate the positions, and they find out it's a 2-2 split. The move here from Sentinels, I would imagine, is try to take some sort of semblance of CT control. Counter smoke through, and Gangster realizes that potential is there. Hunter's Fury used as a result too. This is getting really, really messy at this point. Next kill should decide so much. It goes away of Dapper. Sick, also for good measure, picks one up in favor of Sentinels. Immortals on the back foot once more.
But watch out, Nature still has to maintain sight, but he actually goes for an early pick onto Shazam, but again, he goes down himself. 1v3 for JC Stanny, and
Spike planted.
a tall task indeed. That, again,
Flashbacks.
I don't really expect this man to actually go for. Yeah, it's exactly a flashback.
I think in that round, though, is very, very important. Just it feels really important for Immortals to pull that one off, because one thing that we talked about heading into this matchup was that calculated aggression. And if they can condition Sentinels to always be worried for that sort of thing, well, they'll have at least an edge to play off of. Sentinels quickly seem to realize what Immortals, what their game plan is looking like, so they trade out Shot Up before he's able to dismiss away once more, excuse me. So they stop him from being able to pull off that 2K for starters, but also on reaction after taking out Shot Up, they expected a trade, so they smoked off Cat immediately. Small little movements and adjustments like that are going to make a world of difference for Sentinels as they once again even things up. Immortals, I don't exactly know what the move for them is going to be here, considering it is a bit of a strange buy. One's going to have to take a hit and buy up the Stinger, but it will be rifles for the most part. Maybe Gangsta having to sacrifice some utility. It's a rough situation they're in right now.
Oh, real tough. Because now Immortals, with at least what Sentinels have been pulling off the last few rounds, they are actually targeting a little bit more towards a central area. There's 3 over towards that B side at the moment, with a whole lot of awareness over towards that mid side. But like you mentioned before, that A site's still going to get banged out early, and not only that, but it has to be a full retake, isn't it? With the smoke up, and Sick actually getting exposed. Whoa, wait a minute. And not only that, but the lockdown early on. It gets pulled out, and Sentinels, they're not even abandoning. They're still fighting this with Sinatra. He's going to get stuck in this, and they know that he's here. He was the one that just pulled out the darts. There's a couple of players over towards main 2, and there you go. Wow. I don't know how that even happened, but Immortals, they faced on that first contact for Sentinels head on. Although the smoke ended up going up, they still just kept spraying on bullets. And if anything, Sentinels, it was just unlucky in terms of the kills that they ended up taking on, or the deaths that they ended up taking on. But then after that, it was Immortals that they already had a plan. They wanted to stay safe from that A site. They wanted to retake for a reason. They had the lockdown. It's as easy as that. Nature places it down. Sentinels wants to fight it purely because they're at the man advantage. And Immortals takes it out at the end of things. Yet another round advantage for Immortals. Pause. We've seen the two teams trading out rounds for the past 4 rounds, but at this point, I think we have either a tactical or a technical pause, because really, both of these teams need it. It's very high intensity in a sense, or some things might not just be working out in their favor. And indeed, it's a tactical pause. Listen to this for Immortals.
They just got off of a crazy round that was flawless, so their eco is a little bit.
Well, think about it too, right? I'm sorry. I know that the mental side might be a thing, but look at their ultis. They don't have really anything solid to do any of those crazy retakes with.
It's at that point that you start thinking about, do they fight for ult orbs? I mean, I know the lockdown was big in that round because it isolated Sinatra in the bottom of sight, but I think Immortals, I mean, they got that into a 5v3 before they even popped it. I think it's very reactive what they went for there, because what I saw was Sentinels, when they tossed out that smoke and Sick went to go close the door, they were hopped in the smoke already. It's calculated aggression once more that I think made a really big difference. And that's not something that you need to rely on ultimates for. Sure, again, that lockdown was massive, no doubt about it. But I think Immortals at least have the right idea of what threads to pull on in order to maintain some of this success.
Oh, Chemicals. Earlier we saw Shut Up
jeez.
really trying to fight out that position, but this time Chemicals wanted that first contact. Not exactly successful. He goes down in terms of HP. Sentinels at least with an inkling of that information, but Gangsta, he has the ace in the hole. He has the Odin combo through the wall, gonna be able to get a little bit of damage in too. Shut Up waiting for a player to swing out, and instead he forces out the interaction for first bullet right off of the swing, and he's able to get the kill from it. Sick with a fake rolling thunder, and Nature with a flake back, able to hold back on towards the cat side. Still two more players here, and JC Stanny comes in essentially out of nowhere off the rotate, and Sick, I mean, he could have definitely used that rolling thunder for the A take. He used it for a fake instead, and Chemicals off the jump peak takes down Sick in mid. This turned from an incredibly even round to Immortals systematically taking down Sentinels. It's 6-4 now. We're Immortals, they're rolling in the cash, and Sentinels, they're reeling.
JC Stanny. Okay, no, Immortals as a whole, incredible, phenomenal positioning right there. And let's now go ahead and zoom in on JC Stanny, how he rotated towards Cat at the perfect time. He was mainly there as insurance, I feel like, but he peeked out a little bit too wide. Not that that's a problem, because he sprayed down 2 as a result. Sentinels left flailing about. I'm loving this from Immortals right now. This look, again, that calculated aggression looks so nice on them. And Sentinels have to change up their approach. Before they were pushing out through A main as one unit. Now they're trying a bunch of different angles. But with the pistols, what can you expect other than a massacre? Another flawless. If Immortals were struggling a little bit before economically, right now they are rolling in it. They have Gucci, they have Louis Vuitton, everything right now. They have everything going their way, except maybe the ultimates, but even then, they're close to a number of them.
They know I got that Gucci, that Louis, the bar logo.
Hey, yeah.
Oh my.
It's great news, man.
Immortals, they are fully set up for themselves. Now going into this last round of the half. And now, folks, Sentinels, one last stand in a sense for the half, especially because now they finally have the buy back. And Sentinels, they're not going for their more scattered approaches they have been before. This time it's almost all in towards the B side, and there's realistically only 2 people here that can help out. This is a massive opportunity for Sentinels. Ooh, look at that information from Gangsta.
No dart needed, and it's still huge. Shot up. He has to not be caught out of position here, but he is. It all is going to come down to Gangsta to hold the line. No, there's already a push through from JC Stanny. Again, the calculated aggression. Their gunfights need to go their way here on mine. And they are!
Unreal. Again, Sentinels, again, they wanted early pressure over towards that back spawn entrance of B, but it didn't work out in their favor. So instead now, it's Sinatra, the legend here for Sentinels, to try to hold back the line. He's in a 1v2, he has an Odin, and he's gonna go down! No way! Nature peeks on out, and he takes him down for an 8-4 scoreline going into the next half. I mean, Immortals, yes, they've had a very successful Ascent side thus far in this tournament, but who expected this? Sentinels down 4 rounds going into the next half, but that's really the gold of the pistol round, or just the fresh half in general. That 4-round streak can evaporate in a second, but you gotta appreciate this from Immortals.
And if you thought their defensive end, was good, it doesn't get much better for Sentinels into the second half. I'm looking at the stats right now at Mind. They had a 9-3 posted against Cloud9 Blue, a 10-2 against Big Frames. I can throw these numbers at you all day if I wanted to, but the thing that you really should be taking from it is this suits perfectly Immortals' style, and it's preemptive and it's too early to tell, but I think this is a wonderful situation that they found themselves in. Moving into this next pistol, frenzies for so many players here, Ghost in for a good mix, and Immortals sneaking up through mid uncontested.
Oh, here we go. Again, just a reminder, Sentinels, they have a 68% round win rate here on the defensive side of Ascent thus far in this tournament, and they don't want to let go of this lockjaw hold of this B site. What a rotation, what a hold. Everyone from Immortals, they funnel on in, and that's going to be Sentinels taking back the pistol round in a flash.
Respect where respect is due there. Again, they just took it in an instant. You're talking, hyping up Immortals for good reason after posting an 8-4, and it was tied 3-3 at one point, but yeah, to harken back about what you just said, funneled into the site almost forcefully, and considering that Immortals had a lot of map control going their way because of that split they pulled off, it's crazy that it seemingly ended so quickly. The Sentinels should be able to convert this second one by all means, but never count Immortals out. The pistols in tow could prove to be lethal. Once again, they'll cut noise. Spike is down, located outside of B. Grabbing the orb uncontested, but also keep in mind of the fact that there's 2 players situated by A. So whatever you see here, there's probably going to be a bit of downtime before an actual execute begins.
It is still Immortals trying to decide where they even want to go, where they want to target. They do have at least one challenge over towards mid if they want to get that crossover, at least from Gangsta, but they're actually going to make a little bit of noise over towards A main and picking up that orb, and a smoke over towards mid too. With 45 seconds left, they're leaving Sentinels guessing, but it almost seems like the one logical way that they want to go is over towards B main. There's 2 over towards this area. One holding out in terms of the first peek out, and not only that, but there's one in the back of sights, essentially playing anti-flash and anti-take most likely. But in we go.
What is
Sinatra,
this?
there you go. What a jump. Against the pistols, they got no chance. Shazam gets the last 2, and Sentinels, they maintain the SMG round for themselves flawless. So going into their bonus, Immortals, they at least want to get around back here in the half, because Sentinels, they actually starting to get a little bit more aggressive even.
I mean, you can look at this. How can he not say it's aggression? This man looks at a crowd, fully blinded crowd, of course, but he just feels totally comfortable going in. It's trust. And 6 flash right there, that was massive. And I was going to say, Sig had to be massive here, but I thought he would have to frag out. I didn't think he'd necessarily just have to set out a flash and allow the rest of the work to be done by another teammate. But it's a good look for Sentinels. 8-6 right now, nearly evened up. This first gun round is going to be massive, and it is a massive frag for Chemicals. We begin on a good note. But that isn't exactly an indicator of it, whether the round's over or not.
No, not
Immortals,
exactly.
They want to immediately execute here, don't they?
No, not exactly, but that's purely because Sentinels, they still have a lot of pressure over towards that A site. So instead now, with Immortals still crowding around, they would need to clear out that cat site to really make things worth it in terms of that early frag, and indeed they did. Sentinels, all 2 players towards that A site, they both go down with ease.
Right here.
So Sentinels knocked down a peg. 2 players remaining now in a 2v5. Chemicals looking for something a little bit cheeky too, right as the smoke goes up, and there you go. Indeed, it's as cheeky as you can get. 3 kills for Chemicals in the round, and I just want to get a stat line check because I think he already hit the 20 bomb earlier, but no, he just hit the 20 bomb. So everyone else is struggling behind him. The closest player behind him is Sinatra at 11. Chemicals is almost literally in a league of his own this game.
I mean, it passes the eye test and obviously passes the stat test. Sentinels, will be saving what they have, but it's not much. It's that operator in Shazam's hands. That's the only gun that they'll be having into this next round, assuming he doesn't get chased down, just immediately demolished in a second. No, he will hold on to it. A buy around this seems likely. It seems, yeah, okay, they're going to stick with the idea here. Stinger for Sick. I think right now what I'm hoping to see from Sentinels is if there's pressure from Mortals, maybe don't exactly, commit Sinatra to have to wide peek into 3 people when there's a flash, because maybe it won't go as well as it did previously against Pistols, but that was a great flash that they can play off of. Sick, you can trust him to blind a couple of players, and I think that's what they should be trying to rely on. Set up flash plays. Oh, that's a huge tag, actually.
No, massive tag. He does go back, though, and even more important tags for Sentinels, actually. They get a whole lot of information over towards the mid side. Back in arches, but yeah, I mean, still in this round, it's very much expected that Sentinels would buy out. Last round was just their bonus anyways, so going into this one, they need the early frags. They need the entries more than anything, because that's what's really leading Immortals, at least over towards the first half. That's really what gave them more than the advantage. You didn't see Immortals in too many clutch situations. In Sentinels, I mean, of course, it's fresh for their defensive half, but they at least need to win out what Immortals is trying to isolate into the 1v1 duels. But in we go, at least, with Immortals still laying around that A site. And look at the amount of util. Look at the manpower on this site, too. It's a preemptive rotate purely because of the information being picked up outside of B main. This is a massive read from Sentinels. But Immortals making their way through. They're making it entertaining. Shot Up gonna get one back. Huge. Oh, Shazam, he absolutely needed one back. But Shot Up all by himself. He's the instigator. He's the fragger. He gets himself 3. And now, Sentinels left on the back foot with only 2 players once again. Hello, Sick, though, gets a little bit more damage. Sinatra, this is now possible. 150 now in terms of HP. He can still approach. Getting blasted through the smoke still. Gets the kill back onto JC Stanny. Relatively low HP on the other one, but this is still very much an even 1v1. Sinatra, we saw him with an opportunity for a 2v1 earlier. He can succeed now. Finds the player. He's actually going to pull up the up. Hello, Bogdan's Law. Does he pull it off? Jumping in! What on earth was that kill? Does he have time? Oh, indeed he does. That's amazing from Sinatra. Unreal. What was that shot at the end? Sentinels, they have a fresh breath of life in this game.
I don't have words. You have to let that one stew for a second, because Sentinels just somehow pulled off a 3v5, I think it was. Shot Up was the hero of the first half of that round, and apparently the late protagonist, Mr. Fourth Quarter in his own right, Sinatra. No, I'm sorry, that's too right. I can never take that title away from Shanks, but God, what a late round. What a late performance to just completely pop off in that round. Unbelievable. So many ultimates nearly online. One thing I want to mention real quick. Sure. I think an ultimate orb would be massive to have here.
For which team, though? For which player, though, more importantly?
I was going to say maybe on Shot Up, just because he's been so insane every time we've seen him, and maybe just that Empress would help him out, but the Hunter's Fury, surely. I'm
going to counteract you here. Nature, he's 1 away from actually picking up the lockdown, so who knows at this point what could be pulled off. But again, unbelievably speaking, you still have that op back for Shazam, still ringing out true. But oh man, look at the amount of damage being done. Sinatra already down to 1 from that nano swarm. No, that again, very deep nano swarm, and it ends up hitting at the right time. And now Sentinels,
now they have the lockdown
down to a 2-on-3, and indeed they do. The lockdown's about to go down as Nature is going to restrict these Sentinels players to commit. Actually, they're still going for this. 1 in short.
The aftershock is huge.
The aftershock's not gonna hit though. That was so close. So close to actually hitting that lockdown though. What a great idea, but it doesn't connect. Now it's a 2-on-2 that was sick, taking out Chemicals. Watch out for JC standing on the front lines right behind the smoke. The two players might actually be backing out though with time ticking away, and they're looking for the exits off this crossfire. That's a very good idea.
One enemy remaining.
They can find all the kills they want, but this round is Immortals. I just cannot believe it. That round was beautiful from Immortals. Not going to say immaculate because they eventually do drop all their players, but who cares when you have the massive number up top still working? Actually, Immortals might care. Their money is not quite in the best place in the world. Gangsta and Nature, I think, are going to have to take some hits economically, whether they want to do half armor rifles or Stinger, probably in the case of Gangsta. So, yeah, it does matter that they drop those players there, but they really worked the B site for so long there, and you have to have so much respect for it. You're talking about how the ultimate orb could have been really good on Nature, but he got it naturally anyway after getting the spike planted. So many great moving parts there for Immortals, as now they have even more to play with. Hunter's Fury is going to be the first of the tools of the trade.
Oh, but Chemicals out for blood again, this time looking for a double kill, but that's a massive rolling thunder that doesn't connect onto Shut Up, and he's safe. Gangsta is here to help out too. How on earth did they survive that entire onslaught? It's Shut Up essentially on his own with cover fire from his comrades. Immortals now at 11 and Sentinels down to pistols again.
How do they do that, man? The Rolling Thunder, maybe it was a couple of inches off, but look at this dismiss. Right on cue, he dodges it. Something straight out of the Matrix, although instead of bullets, it's apparently tremors. And then he'll finish things off with a gorgeous 3K of his own. We were hyping up Chemicals before, and definitely well-deserved, sitting at 21 kills, but as of late, it has been Shut Up, shutting me up, and shutting Sentinels up as well. A very expensive round when it comes to utility because they have to use a Rolling Thunder as well as the Bladestorm from Chemicals. But they still have, in case they feel like it, the Empress as well as From the Shadows. That could be good if they want to try selling a fake. If perhaps it gets a little bit scary in the late round situation, they could do a full rotate. Options are still very much there for Immortals. But they might not even have to bring out any of those, those trump cards simply because, I mean, the artillery is so night and day. And hey, even with the knives, their best chance yet, they get taken down by Chemicals.
What on earth is this? No, you would never even expect one person to be here. They actually have two for the double coverage. This could be massive for a couple of frags. Wait, what? Why would you ever check that angle? I would be molding right now if I were sick. Who would ever check that angle? That is insane. 4v2 now. Sinatra takes down one in terms of Shut Up, and I don't know what to think anymore. Chemicals now gonna be able to get yet another one for his kill tally. And ladies and gentlemen, Immortals now one round away from taking down the Sentinels.
Dude, he did a double take checking that corner. He was like, all right, no, that's clear. Well, it's not clear. It's not clear. And yet he still got the kill too. Immortals. Now, I'm not saying it's not the upset that you mentioned earlier, but this still would be a massive one. This is a seeding game for sure, but Immortals have looked incredible this entire series long. Haven, maybe not so much, but they still had some wonderful rounds here or there. Those flawless ones that we talked about when, it was in the midst of the action. But Sentinels, they're ranked #1 in NA at the moment, and they're one of the big four in North America at the moment. This is a huge achievement for Immortals with the two new players that they've added, Chemicals and Nature. Both have been incredible, but it's not over yet. One more round for Immortals to officially cross the finish line.
Here we go.
Possibly quietly.
Sentinels this round. You mentioned the word quiet. It's as quiet as you can get. There was double cat for a moment there, and they're actually going to maintain a fast rotation to that cat area. I was just watching the mid rotation, but wow, Chemicals takes down Sinatra. That's one down for Sentinels. There's one here on site. Oh, Zombs Can't get it back and turn to the teleport. That's all the information in the world. Chemicals with another one. Takes down Zombs. Sentinels, with only 3 players remaining, need to somehow make their way back on site. Now, no chance. Chemicals, JC Stanny, both get their kills. Shazam now has to be the hero with the 1v5. He's gotta go for it. Sentinels, they're hounding for this one. Immortals, look at the players starting to rack up. They even have util to spend. Even an Empress of Darkness. And through the shadows, Shazam emerges. Still trying to get a couple of frags. Still trying to get anything. He's overwhelmed. Immortals, they've done it. They beat Sentinels 2-1. And they're on to the Challengers Open Qualifier #1 Grand Finals.
Well-deserved series. We had so many question marks heading into this game about what can Immortals bring against some of the best in NA, but they proved it yesterday that yesterday was not a fluke. This entire tournament so far, this is something that you can expect. The new blood in North America, Nature and Chemicals, absolutely phenomenal. Chemicals, he stole my heart, man. Obviously, Shot Up had some incredible rounds as well. One of the most flashy and amazing players to watch. Everybody on Immortals definitely deserves this win. They take down Sentinels in this seeding game, and they move on. At the very least, they've secured seed #2 for that close qualifiers. But at this point, get all the practice that you can get, because Immortals, no longer will we be questioning these players, questioning what this team can bring with the new additions. Right now, all we can do is just marvel at their results. This is well-deserved, and Immortals, whoever is doing the scouting for them, give them a raise.
It gotta give them props. Again, Immortals, the prize for them isn't exactly the seeding. Of course, it is on paper, but it's the experience. This team, with their first tournament together, they make it all the way to a grand finals of a Riot-sponsored event, and now they go up to the grand finals against another one of the juggernauts of North America in Envious. And again, that game is going to be an absolute banger. You guys do not want to miss it. That's going to be happening tomorrow afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. But, well, there have been quite a bit of action today, Ito, but I think we somehow need to decipher which play is the best of the day, but I think I have a clue. It's none other than Shazam and his ace earlier on Icebox as our sweet play of the day, brought to you by Mike and Ike.
It's a bittersweet feeling having this be the play because, you know, you lost the series, but so many highlights for Sentinels to take away from this one. And they'll still be in the closed qualifiers. Just so much respect to Shazam, the shots he hit, as well as the knives to close it out with barely any time remaining. It's flashy, and it is one hell of a sweet play. Congratulations, to Shazam for being able to take that title, and commiserations to Sentinels for not being able to take it. But if we're handing out congratulations anyway, huge congrats to everybody on Immortals for absolutely popping off today. They have just consistently been impressive. I love to watch them.
Yeah, I mean, they're at least this new team, they've been reinvigorated, and again, it's almost becoming a meme at this point. I mean, who else is going to be next for this Immortals roster? We've seen like 200 player changes for this team already, but if I have any sort of power to it, Immortals, anyone in that organization, anyone that has power, keep this team together. Please, we want to see more of them. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for watching the semifinals day of Valorant Challengers #1. But before we go, of course, we have to give a huge shout out to our main sponsor for this Challenger series. Of course, it's our boys over at HyperX. Of course, it's legendary comfort in the hands of none other than the wireless headsets themselves, including the HyperX Cloud 2 wireless. It's built to be an ultra comfortable gaming headset with amazing sound. It's no wonder that it's become the preferred gaming headset for millions of gamers. Folks, you know it, you'll love it. Thank you so much to HyperX. And for all of you watching today, please be prepared for grand finals tomorrow of the first phase of the entire Valorant Championship Tour. You guys do not want to miss it. My name is Upmind. You can follow me on Twitter at Upmind_. You can follow my boy here, Ito, at ItoKP. Thank you so much to Nerd Street Gamers for bringing all of the action. You can follow them on Twitter at NerdSTGamers. And for now, we are out of here. We'll see you tomorrow for grand finals.
30 seconds.
Drop.